industry. So can I please have you celebrate yourself this morning? Can you put your hand up for yourself this morning? Thank you. Thank you. These are those who matter, you know. In my early days on the screen, it used to feel like, okay, the guys who are the actors are the ones who make things happen. But then the truth is that the guys behind the scenes are the guys who actually make things happen. So by the time they leashed out a ban at some point, if you remember when some actors were on the ban list, it dawned on the audience that the guys behind the scenes are actually the ones who, you know, actually runs the show, not the guys in front of it. So that's to tell you that you are the very ones who are important within the media broadcast industry. Please celebrate yourself again. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so it's a maiden edition of the Content Connect Africa. There's been, you know, movement within the content acquisition here and there. You know, what I think this time is getting a clearer picture in making it an industry for it to be sustained. Because I know from experience, it's a lot to create content. And it's now a lot to now begin to acquire content, especially of the quality that you want. It's a lot of challenge if you have to put production together. Then, of course, the cultural exchange, the content exchange, there's a lot. But this time, a platform has been created, which is Content Connect Africa, where, you know, you can buy and sell without necessarily exchanging cash. It just values and, of course, the content that matters. And I think this is a very noble idea. Please, can you celebrate the guys behind this? Can you celebrate them? This is one thing that collaboration, you know, is doing for us in Africa, and then we celebrate it. So if we say content is king, then we mean that content should be shared, content should be seen, and content should be celebrated. And that's what we're here today to further on this deliberation, and of course to make it much more impactful. I welcome you on behalf of the organizers of the maiden edition of Content Connect Africa, and I trust that you're definitely going to have a great, rich, rewarding, and inspiring gathering today, because basically it is an event that ideas will meet platforms, and then deals will most definitely happen beyond our borders. Permit me to recognize a couple of our very distinguished dignitaries that are here, and afterwards we can then afterwards we'll take the national anthem and run along. Ladies and gentlemen, in the house we have the Honorable Commissioner, Bauchi State Ministry of Information and Communication. Please join me as we'll put our hands together for the Commissioner. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. We appreciate you. Also, all the way from Bauchi Radio Corporation, the Managing Director, Alhaji Umar Mohammed Shira. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you. Let's recognize our visitors who came in all the way to Lagos, and then we can move on. We also have seated by the Commissioner, Rukaya Liman. Please a round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We have all the way from Radio Kwara, represented, the General Manager represented, Mr. Or do I say Ogbeni Aremo Kayode Tajudeen. A round of applause for her. Thank you. Thank you for standing in. All the way. Okay, she's. All right, in the house we also have the CEO, Rapid Broadcasting Network, Mr. Gbemileke Oscar Oyisan. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you for joining us. We have the General Manager, TransPerfect Nigeria. General Manager, TransPerfect Nigeria, Mr. Cloud Nwamba. Please a round of applause. Thank you for joining us. We also have in the house the Managing Director, Branama Children's Television, Betty Dibia Akeredoluwale. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Also in the house is the founder, creative director, Proclaim Media Africa, Dr. Noah Inu Momodu. Please a round of applause for. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. And not the last, but I'll just take this and then we'll move on. The CEO of IBST Limited, who was also a major partner to us here at Content Connect Africa, Aderemi Ogunpito. Please a round of applause. Thank you. At this juncture, we'll move on and then come back to the protocols much later. But please permit that we rise as we take the national anthem so we can declare this auspicious event officially open. Please may we rise. Media, please confirm that one cue with the national anthem. Please can we rise? Media, please confirm.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
Man, that's the way he feels. Please, let's celebrate our country, Nigeria. Thank you very much. Can we have a seat? I think it's the first time I'm seeing the national anthem having visuals. Please celebrate the media for me. Please celebrate the media for me. This is really nice. Thank you. At least those pictures resonate, and just remind you that some people had laid, their blood, their souls for what we are enjoying today. All right. So, I'm also very actually excited to be here, and that's because I'm in the gathering of broadcasters, distributors, producers, policymakers. I come to understand this a lot earlier, so I started paying attention to the back end, because you cannot do the show without the business. The part that is very, very loud is showbiz. People don't understand that the business only runs the show because the show cannot, run itself. And I'm so excited that in the room this day, to also enrich our content library, we've got the right set of people in the house. And so it's exclusive, and I can assure you that it will be a memorable one. We're moving into the opening remarks. And I'd like to say this about the convener of CCA. That name resonates over 2-3 decades now. At least I know in my early days, you just hear that name, Theophilus Akatuba. At some point, you think he's a Ghanaian fully. And then at some point, you're also like, okay, I think there's a Nigerian part of this Akatugba. And that's because it's been consistent over the years. And interestingly, maybe digitization is also bringing in that further consistency, which is, beyond what we're doing, how do we sustain what we have? Ladies and gentlemen, the founder, the chief content creator for CNA, the chief convener of this event. Please join me. One man who had been very consistent with our space. May I add Chief Theophilus Akatugba. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, we'll just quickly share this. If you don't have the programs, I'll go around and then share this so we can just scan and then go along. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Sam Uche Anyamele. Thank you very much. It's Content Connect Africa. Let me quickly go into the business, as I might be speaking later. The Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Charles A. Buebu, he has called me that someone is on his way, that he got a call to be at the State House this morning, and someone is going to represent him, and that person is close by. The distinguished chairman of the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, Mr. Saliu Abdul Hamid Dembos, who today is represented by the Executive Secretary of the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, Dr. Yemisi Bangbuche. A round of applause for him. He's been a force behind this event. Since the day we mentioned it to him, he said his broadcasters need this. And he has been he has been prayerful more than me. The Honorable Commissioner for Information and Communication, Bauchi State, Mr. Usman Shehu Usman. Dear colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a good morning, a special good morning, and welcome to Content Connect Africa, the maiden edition of this platform. When we conceived this platform, our motivation was simple but urgent. The broadcast and media industry in Africa, particularly traditional broadcasting, is at a crossroad across the world, not only in Nigeria. Traditional media is under immense pressure. The explosion of digital and social media has democratized content creation and distribution, giving everyone with a smartphone the ability to broadcast. While this has enriched diversity, it has also fragmented audiences, eroded advertiser confidence, and shrunk the revenues of traditional broadcasters. In this new environment, TV and radio stations face a programming drought. They face fresh and compelling content has become scarce. Yet, they have also become expensive. Many broadcasters are unable to afford quality programs at the scale needed to attract and retain audiences. If we do nothing, traditional media risk further decline. It was in response to these crises that we created this platform. Initially, it was introduced as Content Barter Africa. The idea was simple. Let broadcasters exchange content without cash. Let them find program without necessarily looking for the hard-earned money, which are now scarce due to advertising drought that have moved into the digital space. Using barter arrangements to enrich their libraries. After listening to stakeholders and then refining the vision, the initiative evolved into Content Connect Africa, a broader, more inclusive platform with a dual market marketplace model that accommodate both cash-based transactions and cashless barter exchanges. Content Connect Africa is therefore more than an event. It is a solution platform. It is a solution platform. It provides broadcasters, producers, distributors, and digital platforms with the opportunities to acquire content at little or no cost through barter exchange. Showcase African creativity on a continental and global scale. Something in Kenya has not been to Nigeria. Some content in Ghana has never been to Nigeria. But they are rich in what they offer the audience. Some content in Nigeria has not traveled to Malawi. How can we move programs more effectively and easily, bringing new programs to new territories without the burden of cash? We want to forge partnerships that ensure sustainability in an era of shrinking advertising revenue. Here, broadcasters can trade a 13-episode drama for a 13-episode documentary, or exchange reality show for talk format, opening a world of possibilities, collaborations, and cost efficiency. This journey would not have been possible. Since we started, I called the person I now call my big brother, Mr. Aderemi Ogukpito. He's ubiquitous, a colossus in this field. I didn't speak for long. He said, Theo, I am with you. And he has been with. A round of applause for Mr. Aderemi Ogukpito. You are not seeing his quad. They are behind the screen over there. Let me acknowledge it has been because the support we have received from the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, the umbrella body uniting Nigerian broadcasters and strategic partners in mobilizing this industry. National Broadcasting Commission, the regulator whose leadership continued to guide the industry towards sustainable growth. Then again, the IBST Media, a foremost broadcast production company, ensuring we deliver this event now. You can share the link to your friends. It's right now. We're streaming live on YouTube in high quality and professional presentation. We also thank our valued partners, Z World, a global content powerhouse demonstrating commitment to African content ecosystem. Also, TransPerfect Media. Now, they are here, a leader in localization and dubbing services, enabling African stories to travel across languages and borders. Why are they here? If you have a program in English and it's going to be shown in Bauchi and they want to show it in Hausa language, TransPerfect is ever ready. If you want something in English to Swahili to... So they are here to facilitate these exchanges. The Lagos International Film and Cinema Convention, a platform bridging cinema and broadcast content exchange. Your faith in this vision is the fuel that powers this platform. This meeting is the beginning of a platform that after this meeting we continue to exchange platform online till we meet again. We want to teach, train how we can make local content have global appeal. Something made for Kenyans can also be appealing to Nigerians. This is the reason we meet. And after the meeting, we continue to subscribe to the platform. You present your content, I present mine. We can do the exchanges without physical meeting. This is Content Connect Africa, where content will move seamlessly. New audiences will be created for just one program that you have made. So if you come here with 13 episodes, you can exchange with 6 others and you have more hours of new content on your TV. Though we have scaled down the event to 1 day, we're supposed to be 2 days, due to low subscription. You know, new things are very difficult to sell. And Dr. Bangwose said, look, let's go ahead. And I said, we respond with scaling down to 1 day, which is today, September 19th. The mission remains bold and undiminished. Today, we gather not just to talk, but to connect ideas, build collaboration, and make deals that will shape the future of broadcasting across Africa. At the back of this room, on the other side, is the Bata village. That's where You will identify who you want to do business with. You go over there. We compare notes. What do I have? What do you have? Also to announce that sometime tomorrow, either this evening, I'm going to confirm that later, the Honorable Commissioner for Information is going to be meeting with a select group of content owners because the Bauchi state government have done a lot in repositioning the TV. So he's here and he's going to be giving us the keynote. Once again, Honorable Commissioner, thank you for coming all the way from Bauchi state to this event. Let us seize this moment with optimism. Content is still king. And through innovation, collaboration, and shared vision, we can ensure African broadcasters not only survive, but thrive in this new media era. Welcome once again to Content Connect Africa 2025, where ideas meet platform and deals happens without borders. Thank you.
You agree with me that Mr. Katuba deserves another round of applause, please? Thank you. You know, you'll be a forerunner to this because a lot of people are not seeing this happening because there's just so much to do. It appears like it's a virgin land because there's just so much production. I mean, if you go across Africa, you still see a lot of content, you know, that runs on their, you know, terrestrial TV, and then nothing is wrong. I mean, half of what we're watching on Z World, for example, is their own local content. And that has become, you know, a trade for us here. So you can imagine how much we can also, you know, exchange. So I want to appreciate you for coming up with this very noble idea. It's something that can even sustain on its own. And, you know, you may have explored your content within your territory, and then you still have a lot of opportunities across the borders. Thank you very much. Please a round of applause for Mr. Theophilus Akatuba. Thank you so very much. Okay, we'll move straight to the keynote speech. And then, of course, we have an Honorable Commissioner all the way from Bauchi here with us. And then he will be delivering the keynote speech. Please welcome the Honorable Commissioner, Bauchi State Ministry of Information and Communication.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start, let me maybe make some little correction. I think we are the custodian of national anthem in Nigeria, and if the president is not if the president of the republic is not present, and if it is not a national day, you cannot play the complete national anthem. It is only the first stanza you play in any other event except National Day or Mr. President is around. And we, I think, since this is under the National Orientation Agencies, and I think we are all part of National Orientation Agency. So this is just, it's not only here, it happened in many places. I think they know and need to do more to let Nigerians know about this, because you go to some event, they sing the first one, you see people waiting for the next, and then they cut it off. In some places, people play only the first and wait. So I think we need to sensitize more. Once again, I bring you greeting from Bauchi State, the biggest state in northeastern Nigeria. And let me start by saying the Director General of the National Broadcasting Commission, the Chairman of the Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, who is represented by the Executive Secretary, my very, very close friend, I will call brother now, Mr. Bambose. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the founder of this chief convener as well of Content Connect Africa, Mr. Theophilus Akatuba, he did a wonderful thing to convince me. And when I go through this event, I said, no, I was having an event somewhere in Abuja, but I said this is the most important because content is what makes us. So thank you very much for giving me the invitation. It gives me great joy to stand before you today at the maiden edition of Content Connect Africa 2025 to deliver this keynote address. Let me begin by commending the convener once again, Mr. Theophilus Akatuba, and the entire Obieta team for this bold and visionary initiative, and it will shape the fortunes of our profession in general. The transition from Content Barter Africa to Content Connect Africa is not just a change in name, but it is a clear extension of vision. By creating a dual platform for both cash transaction and barter exchanges, this convention has become a true marketplace of ideas, opportunities, and collaborations. It is precisely a kind of forward-looking platform that Africa's broadcast industry needs at this critical moment. Distinguished colleague, we all know the saying, content is king, yet too often we treat these phrases as a slogan rather than a strategy. Without compelling content, even the most advanced broadcast technology is powerless. Content is what sustains audience, build trust, drive advertising, and ensure relevancies. Today, as conventional broadcasters, they face declining of advertisement, revenue, and digital disruption. The urgency to reshape strategy is most paramount at this time. Content Connect Africa challenges us to innovate, to embrace barter models, partnership, and chart new ways of acquiring and sharing programs that keeps our platform alive and competitive. Permit me, therefore, to highlight the stride we are making in Bauchi State under the leadership of His Excellency Senator Bala Abdul Qadir Muhammad, CON. The Governor of Bauchi State, the government has made substantial investment in upgrading our media industry. The Bauchi State Television, which is BATV, and Bauchi Radio Corporation, BRC, have undergone various upgrades, including the acquiring of new modern transmitters to make them compete favorably in the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell that Bauchi State is the largest in terms of state-owned radio outlet in the Federation. Presently, Bauchi Radio Corporation is running 13 different radio stations in different local government, or what we call them a grassroots or community radio. I will also add that by the end of 2026, every local government in Bauchi State will have its own grassroots radio FM station. This has been approved. That means I already said we have 11. Bauchi State has 20 local government, and the remaining 9 has been approved, and they will be functional, operational by the end of 2026. Equipping our broadcast station with modern tools is to improve transmission quality. It is creating enabling policies that reposition our broadcasters as hub of creativity and information dissemination, coupled with the state policy of non-interference with editorial policies. The station are some of the major credit to our governor as it is now. The radio station, the time he give them, the opportunity he give them, and the free hand. This is one of the credit our governor has. Maybe this milestone achievement cannot be unconnected to the fact that the Governor Bala Muhammad has his grassroots or his route in career from media practice, having started as a correspondent with the former Reporter newspaper and later News Agency of Nigeria. And I believe at the moment he is maybe the only governor we have. I know former governor of Ondo State, Olusegun Osoba, was a journalist, but at the moment I think he is the only journalist who started his career as a journalist and now as executive governor. And this has really helped people like me working under him, because whatever story I tell him is what he knew and is what he valued, than to talking to someone who will start asking you questions, what are you talking, what are you saying? But on his own, since he has been a practitioner, he has been practicing journalism all his career. This has really helped me to soften some of my memos maybe to him, because this is what he knows. Distinguished delegate, it is a strong fact that infrastructure alone cannot fill the airwave. That is why Bauchi State has identified strongly with Content Connect Africa to complement our investment in equipment with fresh, diverse, and impactful programs. Participation here will allow us to enrich our content library, forge partnerships, and strengthen our competitiveness in Nigerian and African media space. As we gather here today, let us not limit ourselves to discussion. I urge us all to seize the opportunity to strike deals, exchange programs, form collaborations, and create solutions that will outlive this 2 day or as it is originally planned. But even if it is 1 day, Mr. Atubua said it's a very rich one. So let us use this to achieve all these goals. And creating this collaboration would really solve some of our problem. The future of broadcasting in Africa depends on how we treat content, not as an afterthought, but as the lifeblood of our industries. Finally, I once again congratulate the organizers of this Content Connect Africa for providing this powerful platform. To all the delegates, I commend your commitment and appeal to us all to renew our strategies, embrace collaboration, and invest in the power of content. Together, we can build a broadcast ecosystem that is sustainable, competitive, and globally relevant. Thank you, and may Content Connect Africa 2025 be the beginning of our new chapter for African broadcasting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so very much. Wow, awesome. A lot is happening in Bauchi then. I hope we do maybe the second edition in Bauchi, Mr. Katuba. What do you think? That's an open one for us. All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll move straight to invite one of our major partners on CCA. He's the CEO of IBS Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, for his goodwill remarks, Mr. Aderemi Ogunpitan. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Content, let me start formally. Distinguished guests, friends, and partners. I think that is expected of me. Content is a big issue everywhere, not only just in Nigeria. I had to rush back to be here this morning because I spent almost 4 days in Holland reviewing some of the new content platforms and what is happening in the content space around the world. And then I spent another 2 days in Barcelona in Spain at an AI content workshop, which is revolutionizing the way we interact and create content. So these are things that are really going to impact what we're talking about here today. It's my pleasure to welcome you here. And as I've said, it comes at a very defining moment, this gathering, because it's important. Across our continent, content is a driver of growth, it's a driver of prosperity, it's a driver of income and revenues. So it's very, very important. In Nigeria alone, if we look at Nollywood, our music and our creative industries, they're contributing almost 12% to our GDP. And, you know, across the world, our music are filling radio waves, and people are investing in stories that can influence and create an economy that can generate a lot more money than what we're already generating at the moment. Also, if we look at what our industry can do in terms of employment, if we look at our young and our youthful population, and the fact that they're dynamic, the fact that they are digital friendly, they are mobile first friendly, the potentials ahead is actually really, really great. So this conference matters because hopefully, and this is down to us, it will connect the dots between creators, distributors, platforms, and policy. It is in conferences like this that we shape how African stories are produced, created, monetized, and exported to the world. The most important thing we need to understand is that the future is bright. With mobile-first audiences, with the advancing technology, limitless talent, we are, as Africans, at the frontier of a content revolution. I want to say that again. We are, as Africans, at the frontier of a content revolution. So what we build here together will not just entertain, it will empower, educate, and enrich. So as we begin this conference today, let us commit to collaboration, bold thinking. You know, I think at times that we're not bold enough in the way we think. We're not audacious enough in the types of risks that we want to take. We seem at times to be comfortable doing things, you know, the way we've been doing it. Well, I can guarantee you today that we cannot continue to think and do things the same way and expect that there will be a change. The world is moving fast and we need to get on board. And content is a great way of driving change in the society. So may the conversations we share ignite ideas. May the partnerships bear fruit. And may the spirit of creativity and enterprise lift our industry to heights the world cannot ignore. Welcome, and may this gathering inspire, challenge, and transform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. You could tell that we have very quality, members in the audience. All right. So we'll move straight to, we have something, we have on the screen from TransPerfect Media. Their goodwill message is going to be showing on the screen. Media, please confirm if we can have that played on now. Great. Please, let's focus on the screen now. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jacques Van Hollebeek, Business Development Director for TransPerfect Media Africa. I'm very honored to be an official partner of Content Connect 2025. I wanted to thank especially the organizers and Mr. Theophilus Akatugba for inviting us. Also for their presence, my former colleague and friend, Mr. Charles Ebouebou, DG of the NBC. Also the chairman of the BON, whom I met before, Mr. Saliou Abdulhamid Dembos, and the Commissioner for Information and Communication, Mr. Ousmane Shehu. Unfortunately, I won't be present this time in Lagos, but I am represented by my colleague, Mr. Claude Vamba, the CEO of TransPerfect Media Nigeria. He will have the opportunity to speak to you all about our localization services, that being subtitling that we can offer for content traders. So I'm wishing you a fantastic event, and we'll be here with you for sure next year. Bye-bye.
Wow, awesome. All right, let's put our hands together for TransPerfect Media. Thank you. Again, just to announce to a few of our friends who just came in, you'd like to scan the QR code. Please just indicate if you don't have any yet, so that we can have the program of the day. All right, so we'll move on straight to our next program, which will still take special focus. Maybe we'll still take one or two goodwill messages, sir. I believe we have City FM Lagos here represented, Mr. Adedoja Allen, or the representative. Mrs. Adedoja Allen, the Chief Executive Officer, City FM Lagos. Yes, please. Okay, I'm still outside. Okay. I believe we may just move on to the Z Entertainment Enterprise Limited for the goodwill message. Mr. Malaka Somnath. Mr. Malaka Somnath. Okay, I need the ushers to help me to be sure before we move on. Sorry, just a minute. Media, you can play the jingle we have. Just a minute, please.
From every voice across the land, Africa's story bold and grand. From bottom to connect, now we rise. Let the power of content light up the skies. Stories flow from every shore. TV, radio, digital, till so much more. Trade your content, cash a none. Product deals and business done. Content Connect Africa, where dreams ignite and hearts align. Content Connect Africa, let's build together. It's our time to shine. Bought a village in the zone. Build your own. Grow your library. Find your tribe. September. Africa, stories live and visions fly. Content Connect Africa, join the movement, reach the sky. September 19, 2020, 25, Radisson Blue Lagos. Visit contentconnectafrica.com, let's win together. Oh. Stories flow from every shore.
All right, thank you very much, media. Thank you so much. All right, so I have the goodwill message. I probably just read on behalf of the CEO of Z Africa. So warm greetings to the Honorable DG, CEO of National Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Charles Ebuebe, the distinguished chairman of the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, Mr. Salihu Abdul Hamid Dembos, the esteemed Usman, Shehu Usman, who is the Commissioner for Information and Communications in Bauchi State, Mr. Stephen Ologe from NEMCare, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an absolute honor to stand before you today at the Content Connect Africa on behalf of Z Entertainment Africa. I extend our goodwill and heartfelt appreciation to the organizers for creating this platform that celebrates creativity, innovation, and the power of storytelling. Nigeria is not just the heartbeat of Africa's media and entertainment landscape. It's also a source of immense inspiration for Z. Over the years, we have witnessed the extraordinary growth of Nollywood and the Nigerian television industry, which has resonated not only across the continent, but also globally. The creativity, resilience, and authenticity that Nigeria brings to the screen embody the very spirit of Africa's cultural leadership in the world. At Z, our journey in Africa has always been guided by one simple principle: to tell stories that resonate with the audience, stories that connect cultures, and stories that unite people. In Nigeria, we found a home where our storytelling traditions are blended beautifully with Nigerian values of family, resilience, and community. This cultural bridge has created a unique space where audiences see themselves reflected and yet also discover the richness of another world. We're proud to be part of this shared journey through Z World. We continue to serve millions of Nigerian families who have made our content a part of their daily lives. Our vision goes beyond entertainment. We believe in collaboration with Nigerian producers, with Nigerian creators, advertisers, and shared platforms. We continue to create content, nurture homegrown talent, and support the incredible storytelling that Nigerian is known for. As we gather here at Content Connect Africa, I want to reaffirm Z Entertainment Africa's dedication to being a champion of creativity and a bridge between cultures. To the organizers, participants, and all stakeholders present, we applaud your vision and efforts. May this conference continue to serve as a catalyst for greater collaboration and innovation for Nigerian media. On behalf of Z Entertainment Africa, I thank you for welcoming us into your homes, your hearts, and your industry. And we wish Content Connect Africa 2025 every success. Thank you, Desiree Pele, which is the Content and Programming Officer for Z Entertainment. Please come and put a round of applause for them. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Of course, they're so very much part of CCA 2025, the maiden edition, and of course that will also bring forth much more collaboration even in the future. Sir? Okay. All right. We would go on a recess, like a 10-15 minutes break. This will allow TransPerfect, to hold on their next session. By the way, while we go on that recess, please, we have information that a lot of us have not registered yet outside. Please, we need that registration so it can help our package for the industry. Yeah. All right, so that will do us a lot good. So we'll also have the TransPerfect Media will be taking the next session immediately after the 10 minutes recess. But before then, Mr. Secretary, sir, I thought you wanted to mention something. Okay, you're fine now. All right. Okay. Okay. Just a quick one before we would have. Okay, just a quick one before we would have the Trans Perfect Media come on, and then we'll go on the break. The Russian Trade Commissioner in Nigeria, His Excellency Maxim Petrov, would like to also quickly drop his goodwill message as he's on another assignment for the country. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome the Russian Trade Commissioner in Nigeria, Excellency Maxim Petrov. Hiya.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, and good morning to everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy to be here. It's a very strange job that I got here in Nigeria, since I was sent here to promote business and investments between our nations. And the majority of people are sure that business is something about something solid like wheat or fertilizer or cocoa beans. But this is a great example of a new modern business area, which is maybe even more important than any wheat or fertilizer or cocoa beans. Because this is something which influences tomorrow generation and generation after tomorrow. And now when we see the Africa as a new player on the world arena, we surely understand that this is so crucial for us to support this movement, support all your efforts, and find the opportunity to bring proper cooperation to this continent. So thank you very much for my being here. Thank you so much for introducing me. So I'm here, I'm open for any contacts, so welcome. We are happy to cooperate with you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll just take another 5 minutes, especially for those of us who are yet to, register, because we'll need that to also prepare part of our communique. Media, please help us with the jingle as we prepare to have the General Manager in Nigeria for Trans Perfect Media, Cloud Wamba, will take us.
The competition explodes with energy and emotions run high. Hero Daniels and Aluchi Harrison keep the vibe alive, but not everyone can handle the pressure. DJ Nana turns up the fire, and the judges are tougher than ever. This week, passion meets power, and one performance will change everything. Don't miss Dance Niger Dance, 20th and 21st of September at 7 p.m. on Z World, DSTV channel 166 and GoTV channel 30. Yours truly, Z World. More stories, more you to live every moment. DSTV channel 166 and GoTV channel 30. Extraordinary every day. The competition explodes with energy and emotions run high. Hero Daniels and Aluchi Harrison keep the vibe alive, but not everyone can handle the pressure. DJ Nana turns up the fire, and the judges are tougher than ever. This week, passion meets power, and one performance will change everything. Don't miss Dance Niger Dance, 20th and 21st of September at 7 p.m. on Z World, DSTV channel 166 and GoTV channel 30. Yours truly, Z World. stories, more you to live every moment. DSTV channel 166 and GoTV channel 30. Extraordinary every day.
It's okay. Let him give us a good
From every voice across the land, Africa's story bold and grand. From Bada to Connect, now we rise. Let the power of content light up the skies. Stories flow from every shore. TV, radio, digital, so much more. Trade to content, cash and none. Product deals and business done. Content Connect Africa, where dreams ignite and hearts align. Content Connect Africa, let's build together. It's our time to shine. Art a village in the zone. Picture shows, make deals your own. Grow your library, find your tribe. September's here, feel the vibe. Content Connect Africa. Stories live and visions fly. Content Connect Africa. Join the movement, reach the sky. September 19, 2020, 25. Redis and Blue Lagos. Visit contentconnectafrica.com. Let's win together.
All right, I think we will begin to round off. All right, I think we're going to round off. Let's begin to round off. All right, can we begin to settle in, please? Can we begin to settle in, please? Thank you.
The competition explodes with energy and emotion.
Thank you.
Hero Daniels and Aluchi Harrison keep the vibe alive, but not everyone can handle the pressure. DJ Nana turns up the fire, and the judges are tougher than ever. This week, passion meets power, and one performance will change everything. Don't miss.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So let's just settle in so we can move on to our next agenda here.
And GoTV Channel 30. Yours truly.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have in the house the Executive Director of Programs, Nigerian Television Authority, who is causing a tsunami now within that space. And the love we had for NTA is coming back, under our tenure. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Tari Taylor, please a round of applause for her. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so we'll be having the general manager Nigeria for TransPerfect, who would handle this session. I believe was set for this. Please join me as we welcome Mr. Cloud Wamba. Mr. Cloud Wamba. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's my pleasure being here to speak on behalf of my company. It's called TransPerfect Media. So we define what we do and then understand the value. First and foremost, understand what is localization and understand the value of it, why it's also important for people who are in this hall, and look at the benefits of it for those who are involved into it. And then at the back of it, I'll speak a bit about our company, TransPerfect Media. Thank you. So if multimedia is ready, let's have the presentation, please. Next slide, please. So we are going to be looking at the value of localization, and then somewhere along the line, we will define what is localization. Next slide, please. So the global value of localization is really, really massive. We are talking about $70 billion per annum, and it is projected to reach about $90 billion by 2029. So it's quite huge. And when you talk about localization, it encompasses a lot of things, which we're going to define as we move along. Next slide, please. According to WHO, 5% of the world population, which corresponds to 430 million people, have issues with hearing. So I'm sure you may be hearing this for the first time. That's almost 500 million people around the world have issues hearing. And so it means if you don't localize your content for them, these people, you are going to miss this portion of the people. So it's impossible for you to reach or to get to them if you don't have any form of subtitling, that is any form of localization of your content, if you don't, consider these people. Next, please. Then, according to McKinsey, another research done in 2021, about 75% of non-English native speakers prefer to watch content in their native languages. So, meaning that if you have any content in English and then you take it to a Spanish-speaking environment or community, people may not want to watch it because they would rather have it in their own language. The same thing with people who are in Francophone countries, for instance. The same thing with if you go to Russia with the content in English, people are not likely to enjoy it. You take it to China, to Hindi-speaking communities. So virtually the majority of people will rather have content in their native language to enjoy it because, there's cultural connection, identification. You understand what they are talking about. You can get the jokes. I did a post on LinkedIn some days ago. The title is The Cost of Ignoring Cultural Nuances. So if you don't have the nuance very well, you're not going to enjoy that content. If you don't understand the joke, I tell people about this expression, alpha. So to a typical Nigerian, if you say alpha, it doesn't mean alpha, have you gone? It means how are you? But if you take alpha in French, for someone who does not understand the Nigerian culture, the person will think you're talking about the distance. Où êtes-vous? Where are you? So imagine in a movie somewhere somebody's asking how far, and then the person who is now localizing it and then goes into French and says vous êtes où? You see that you've lost that person. The meaning of that conversation is lost because just a few words, alpha. Now, even in terms of localizing it, Alpha has only 2 syllables. That's alpha. If you take it into French, by the way, for your knowledge, if you go from English to French, the length of the text will be about 15 to 20% longer than in English. Until you understand what I'm talking about. So meaning that if you are now dubbing it, if you don't adapt it properly, you might not get the same duration. So that's really a problem on its own. So let me demonstrate it. So you say alpha is just 2 syllables, alpha. In French, if I now understand the nuances, it means how are you? How are you in French is comment ça va? Comment ça va? 4. So if the text is in English or the movie is in English and then the person says how far, if I put it in French, it will be comment ça va? So it means to be longer in French than it is in English. So translating that alone will not work. So you need to adapt. So what will I say? Instead of saying comment ça va, I can just say ça va. And then now we have the meaning and we have the length and we have the lip syncing, because how far is comment, ça va, how far, ça va. So it works. So if it was how far and you see somebody saying ça va, it will work. So that's how dubbing it is done. So it's not just about translating. So it takes much more than that. So you can miss the cultural nuance. So people prefer to listen, to watch content in their native language. Next, please. So that's why there is enormous benefits, value in content localization. So what is localization? Localization is a mechanism that helps reach wider audiences of different dialects and languages through translation, dubbing, subtitling, voiceover, or closed captioning. So somebody's going to ask, why you are talking about translation, dubbing? It's not the same thing. Translation, dubbing, they are completely different things. Translation is, for instance, when you take a manual that is in English or in French and you put it in Spanish, just a manual, yeah? That's translation. You take a book and you translate it into another language. But when it's about dubbing, dubbing is not only translation, so you put it from French into English, but also you need to look at, okay, the same way I spoke about the alpha situation, and there are several other expressions like that. So you now need to understand the cultural nuance, understand the community, the way people, the local parlance, and then adapt it into the other language, and then do the lip syncing so that the two will have the same duration and the lip movement will look the same way. So we also have closed captioning, as we mentioned, for those who have hearing problems. You have audio description. So for those of us who know, who are very familiar with Netflix, there's a feature called audio description for people who have visual, who are visually impaired. So meaning that they can hear the dialogue, for instance, but they cannot see the scene, the landscape. So the audio, there will be a description of all of that for them to understand what's going on. If that's a car is coming, so the car will be described, the car stopped, and then the dialogue will continue. So all of that is part of localization. Next, please. Let's take a clip of what we did. This is with the permission of Tuno Motion. It's a film that they did called The Weekend.
That's fine. I've been by the substance. You understand? That was a long run, son.
Are you all right?
Where's Nikia?
Oh, well.
Oh, my word. I'm sorry we had her for lunch.
Yes, dear, we were starving.
No. What have you done? What did you do?
Hey, what took you so long?
You're here.
I've been cooking in the kitchen. Where else would I be? Your fiancée is quite a chef.
You've been cooking.
Don't worry, son. She made a safe version for you.
Vegetarian.
Casper. As a man of substance, you understand? That was a long run, son.
Are you alright?
Where's Nikia?
There's supposed to be the
well.
French
Oh my.
after that.
Well, I'm
French
sorry we
version of
had
it.
her for lunch.
All right. Some issue with the technology. So, what's the secret of localization? Is to deliver the same content to an audience speaking a different language without losing the original essence and meaning and the creative content. You recall the expression of alpha I gave to you earlier on. So that's you must make sure that you don't lose that essence, the cultural nuance, the local flair, and then the creative intent of the people behind the movie or the content that you have. A few of you may recall there was a movie called Jagun Jago that was shot in Yoruba. But a lot of people enjoyed it in English. We had another movie called Black Book. Black Book was subtitled in about 32 languages, including South Korean, and it trended in that country for over a month. So that's the power of localization. Next, please. So, what is the driver behind localization? Is accessibility and viewership. Localization allows films to reach a wider audience. For instance, a study has shown that transcription and closed caption in video can increase views by over 40%. In fact, we're going to see it. Netflix started in English only, but they doubled their revenue the moment they started localizing content into other languages. So their revenue went up by 50% when they started localizing content. That's the power of localization. Next, please. So, what are the benefits of localization? Number one, you have a new revenue streams. Because you can create a new revenue streams for filmmakers, including merchandising and licensing. I spoke about it. Netflix doubled their revenue because they started localizing content. So what can you do as a content producer? You have a content that is in English, but I'm sure you know that practically half of Africa is Francophone. So you can have your content in French. So you may have like 40% or 30% increase of your revenue. But you also know that you have the entire Latin America except Brazil, where they speak Spanish. So you can also explore that market. But Brazil, that's roughly 200 or 300 million people. I'm sure you know that the second largest community of Yoruba speakers are in Brazil. So you have a lot of Nigerian connection in Brazil. So any content that you have in Nigeria will resonate a lot, for those who are in Brazil. So we can also explore that market. So you have Portuguese. But Portuguese is also spoken in Mozambique and in Angola. In Mozambique and in Angola. So you're not done yet. You can also begin to look at the Chinese market. China is 1.4 billion people. Capture just 10% of that. So you've made some good money. India is about 1.4 billion people as well. You have Hindi and some other languages. So you can go on and on and on and on. So your movie that you have today can really, continue to fetch your money for 10 years, 20 years. It can also become like a classic in other languages. 10 years. What we also do in our company is we also restore classics. We're going to talk about that. So for 10, 20 years, your movie can continue to give you other streams of income. Next, please. Brand awareness, increased brand awareness, meaning that if you're a producer today in Nigeria, you do some nice movies, then when you go into Francophone countries, your brand, as a filmmaker, will increase in terms of awareness. People who didn't know you there will now begin to know you. So you become a reference, from Nigeria. And then think about it. If anybody wants to do any collaboration, co-production, who are they going to talk to? Is the person that they know, the person that whose work has been visible out there. So that's why it's important that you think about doing localization so that you increase your brand awareness so that people will know you in other markets. If you have your content in Portuguese and then is in Brazil, when Brazilians are looking for people to do business with in Nigeria here, your name, is likely to come first because people know you already. Next, please. Competitive advantage. So when you look at the markets, you're all competing as filmmakers. You're competing with one another, whether you like it or not. Directors, you're competing. That's my work. That's my work. So you want your work to be known. So how do you establish that competitive edge over your colleagues? When you have your content that's localized in other languages, it goes into other markets. People know you. So you become a household name. When people are mentioning names in Nigeria, your name is above, waters. You are head, above shoulders, because people have known you. People have seen your works, not only in English but also in other languages, in French, like what we saw here, like in Spanish, like in Chinese, and all of that. Next, please. So, but when you are doing localization, it is not something you just wake up on one morning and said, I want to make my movie, it's going to be in French, and then it's going to be to Cote d'Ivoire. It doesn't really work like that. You have to understand the demographics. That's your audience. So what kind of movies do you want to get projected or viewed or released in the Francophone world? Do you understand how these people are? Do you know their psychographics? How do they, what are their interests? What are things that they like? In those days when we were growing up, if you see a French movie, there would be some dining and eating. So most of the movies had those scenes. So do you have things like that in your movie? So you need to really understand how the people in those parts are, where the parts you are targeting. If you want to go to Brazil, as we've been talking about Brazil, do you know how life is in Brazil? They have a lot of beaches. They love, outdoor life. So do you understand that? Why are they outdoor? So you need to understand your audience, understand their psychographics, what they like, their interests, their aspirations, and all of that. Then the channels. So you need to know what channels they consume, what platforms, what are their preferences, and then look for distributors who understand those markets, who have been there, who have partnerships, links in those places. You can't have a distributor here in Nigeria who has never been to, let's say, to US or to Canada or to other parts of Africa, to South Africa, who has never been to Kenya, for instance. We have around 400 million people, about 300 or 400 million people speaking Swahili. Do you know that market? Do you understand how they consume? Do you know their the kind of channels they have there? So that's very, very important. So you need to have a network of people from aggregators to distributors, and then people in those markets, you can talk to partners that you can discuss with so that they get your content and then take it to the right place, the right location, and the right channels. So having said this, if you want to do all of this, you can come to us. And that's why we are here. Our company is called Transperfect Media. So let's move to that so that we can talk a bit more the company. Next slide, please. So Transperfect Media, where boutique expertise meets global excellence. This is not just a slogan. we have studios in Nigeria here. We have studios in about 100 countries around the world. So it is the same quality that you have in Nigeria, in Kenya, that you have in Poland, you have in Paris, you have in Los Angeles, New York, Buenos Aires. The same quality. All our studios have the same standard, the same equipment. The company is a cloud-based platform. So in other words, you need not to move from where you are. So once you record here, the mixing can be done in Poland. We have a very massive landscape in Paris where we do film restoration. So it means what we are giving you the local, we're using, for instance, Yoruba, but treated in world-class, equipment. That's what it means. So the standard that we have in Nigeria is the same standard that you have in our studios in Los Angeles or in Paris. So it's the same. We also, we are in China, we are in Vietnam, in Hong Kong. So it's the same quality everywhere. Next, please. So you've been seeing, you can stop please. You've been seeing Transperfect and Transperfect Media. Our legacy company is called Transperfect, a 1.2 billion company founded in America by a certain Phil Shaw. In Africa, we operate as Transperfect Media. That's what you saw there. We have offices in Nigeria, Kenya, Morocco, that's Casablanca, and Rabat. We are also in South Africa, in Cape Town and Joburg. That's the Transperfect Media family. As I said, what we have across all these offices is at the same level, the same expertise, and using the local nuances to ensure that we give your content the kind of exposure elsewhere. In addition to this, we are the preferred vendor of Netflix and Amazon. All the Nigerian movies that you've seen on Netflix, they all pass through our studios for two things. One is quality control. Being the preferred fulfillment vendor partner means that we understand their requirements because every streaming platform, every broadcasting platform, they all have standards, in terms of the content, how to, to broadcast it. So we understand those standards. So when the content comes to us, we run a QC to ensure that sound and quality of image and everything is intact, and then we now do the AV packaging so that it can go to that particular platform. So we are preferred vendor to Netflix and Amazon in this part of the world, meaning that all your movies, as I said, that you've seen on Netflix and Amazon from Nigeria passed through our studios. They were recorded, if it's English and Nigerian English, it was recorded here in Lagos. If it's Hausa, for instance, for BBC, it was also recorded in our offices here. The mixing probably was done in Poland or in Paris. That's how we work. Next slide, please. So we have about 130 recording rooms. We've done over 5 million minutes of content. So as I mentioned, we are preferred vendor to Prime, Netflix, and Hulu, and some of these. So we are cloud-based. What it means is when we have a project, we have a network of linguistic experts that we work with. They don't need to come to our studios from wherever they are because it's cloud-based. They will log in and they get into the platform and they do whatever they need to do from there. And even our clients can also come and visualize what is being done and then give approval online without movement. And then when that is done, it's now packaged for recording. It is still online. And then it comes to the studio for recording. Please, next. We also have, even for recording, we have a platform called Studio Next. These are some of the studios we have. We are in all this Los Angeles, as I said, Hong Kong, Buenos Aires, Berlin, really anywhere in the world. Next, please. So you can come. So these are our media services, subtitling, dubbing, voiceover, accessibility, and all of that. Next, please. Studio Next. So meaning that even when you are recording, we have this platform called Studio Next. So you put your laptop and then a software that we're going to give to you and a simple microphone. You can record from the comfort of your room. And a director can be based in Morocco or in Los Angeles, will help you do what they're doing. And then the content will be taken from your laptop, because it's cloud-based, to our mixing room, 5.1 in Warsaw. And then the mixing will be done there and then sent to any platform. Nobody has moved from anywhere, but everything was done and delivered. That's how we operate. So that's why we said that we are a cloud-based platform. So, next, please. I think that's the end. These are some of our clients. So Netflix, Prime Video, Showmax. We are doing a lot of work with Showmax in South Africa and Kenya. Film One, we've been working with them for a long, long time. Inkblot, Native Films, Warner Bros, BBC. BBC, the Africa Eye, we've been doing that in Hausa for the past, I think, 5 years or so. Because the job that we've been doing with them has been so good, now we are doing across all languages around the world. So they've commissioned our company to do the Africa High for all the other languages they have in their portfolio. So that's the kind of quality of work we do. So we sign a multi-year contract with them, covering different parts of the world and different languages. So on that note, I want to thank you so much for listening. Thank you for having me. If you have any questions, if you have any clarifications, we can take that quickly. So I think I see a hand. Yes.
All right, please just introduce yourself and shoot.
I would rather not shoot. Good morning, everyone, or is it good afternoon? I'm Oscar Onyesa, Rapid Broadcasting Network, operators of Rapid TV, Rapid FM. Question is very simple. How do you source for your talents in terms of the linguistic professionals? Just wanted to get an idea.
Okay, so we'll go for the very best. We look at specialists in those languages, people with various degrees and experience who have done that in other capacities, in a different field. And then they will go through a rigorous training. First and foremost, we'll test them to make sure that they have the capacity, and then they'll be trained. We have a dubbing academy, so they'll be trained on how to use our tools, on how to work with the way we work, and then we now onboard you fully before you start working for us. So it's a whole process from recruitment to onboarding, so that you know how we do the job.
Great. Does that answer the other part?
Yes, it does. So the reason I was asking this is I lead a team of mix, so very young Gen Z and all that stuff, and I was just curious to find out what is the process of recruiting young talent or new talent or fresh talent, because there are a lot of them in stations, radio stations, TV stations, And I think it would be a good service to the industry generally. So things like Avoa, there are a lot of voiceover academies and all that stuff. So that was actually why I was asking.
We work with Avoa. I know Joyce of Avoa. We've had some of their talents to come into our office. We work with actors, especially for ADR, people who have the right voice, all of that. So, I mean, we are very much in the industry and we collaborate. Joke Silva has been in our studio. Virtually most of our, great actors, they've been in our studio, especially when we do ADR and stuff like that. There's some special projects where you need those type of voices. And then we also have young talent, like as you mentioned, we have movies where you need, young people, children, and they are all taken care of. They come, they all pass through the process. You need to be able to, give a good voice. And once we select, and then those ones, their names will be in our data bank. And whenever there's a project, we'll look at, we'll do some sort of audition again to match, the voice with the character. And once there's a match, the client is happy, then we don't shoot, we do the job.
Great.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah. You partly answered the question I wanted to ask. My name is Sunday Bamsa from Ubongo. We are Africa's leading producers of children entertainment. And while you were talking, I wanted to ask if you have young talents for dubbing, because that is what we need. We dub a lot of our content into different languages in Africa: Swahili, Hausa, English, Arabic, French, name it. And recently we hired a company in Lagos for localization services, and they didn't do a good job. And while you were talking, I was going through your work. I was like, did Transperfect bid for some of this? I'm not sure if you've seen any of our stuff, but I was wondering if you have young talents, because we produce children animations, children education content, and we are always in need of good companies who can deliver good standard dubbing work for us.
My colleague will ambush you. You're not going anywhere. So we need to talk. That's what we do. That's what we live in every single day. We have a lot of young talents in any language that you want. Our data bank is probably 5,000 voices that we have there in any languages at all. Last year I was in Senegal. I went to recruit some voice for Wolof, and we did some job for Google in Wolof. My colleague was in Tanzania and in Uganda to do the same thing, and so we have delivered that job, fantastic job. We should be going back now to Kenya, Kiwi, and then Fulfude in the next month. So we can exchange card and then talk more on that.
He's ambushed already, don't worry. Good afternoon. UM Shana is my name, from Bauchi. I'm very interested to hear what the copyright policy is for the company, but you have not talked about that. I will be interested to know or to hear about it. And secondly, after the package, who owns what between your company and the other clients that have partnered with you to come with a production? Thank you.
Okay, so let me use Netflix for instance. It's a very good question. It's very valid. We don't own the content. You own your content. I mean, Netflix will do a lot of work. I can't even put this job that I put here. I had to seek written permission from Trino. They are our clients, and we did the job actually. We did it in our studios, but I sought written consent from my client before putting it here. There's no way I would have put any Netflix work here because I am not allowed. So when we sign NDAs and we indeed respect it. You may recall there was something on Prophet, what's his name now, the synagogue man. TB Joshua. Before that job was done, I got all my staff to sign the NDA. Everybody signed NDA, sent back to London before we did the voice in Hausa. So that's how serious we take our work. Nobody could mention it. You can't even take a picture when you're in the studio when people are recording, because content, everything is on the screen. So you can't even take a picture of that, when people are rendering their voices on clients' work. So the copy is. We don't joke with that. It's your work, and we respect that. see two more hands. Yeah, there's one here. Microphone, please.
Good afternoon. I would like to ask about Full Day because I own the first and so far only Full Day orientation shortwave radio, and we are partnering with like RFI, the China radio, when they started their own Full Day. But I don't know which Full Day do you use, or you use the central language, because some of the stations when they started, we hardly understand what they are saying because they did not centralize the Full Day. So I would like to know which of the dialects are you using. Thank you.
I'm happy that I now know you, meaning that I'm going to get your card after this so that we can have that conversation, just in case, because I know our client mentioned Full Day at a particular point. So if we want to get that, I'll run blindly towards you to come and get information from you. When we started working on Hausa, we went to Central Kano to ensure that we get the right Hausa, which is central to everyone, for everybody to understand. So that's our approach to languages. We don't want to go to one corner and then be using a particular accent or dialect that most people not understand. So we like to deal with what is acceptable by the majority. In social science, you look at the great numbers. So that's how we work. We work with the great numbers. So I'm happy that you did mention that, and I'll get your card so that whenever we need anything in Full Day, we'll come to you. Thank you very much, sir. There was another hand behind. Yeah.
Yes. Permit me to. My voice is a bit down, but I'm sure you all can hear me. Good afternoon. My name is Esther. I was going to ask two questions. He asked you one about policy. Then I have a few friends who are producers who don't know about Transperfect. I've known you before when you were in events here, and now you're Transperfect here. But I have a few friends who don't know about Transperfect. They are producers. In fact, they have their films, and sometimes up until last week, one of them told me, she said, "Oh, Esther, I don't know what to do about my fish. Should I take it to YouTube?" So I said, "Why don't you, dub it in another language and sell it and all that?" So she was like, "How do I do that?" But the question is, she was like, "I hope it will not be expensive for them to dub." But me, I don't know. You were like the only person in my mind that I was going to call, but because I've been busy, so how expensive, or should I say, how easy can they reach out to you if they want to dub their films in other dialects and sell to other countries, maybe like French-speaking countries, for instance? Thank you.
Send them. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about the cost. We are very flexible. Our services are quite expensive, let me just tell you, but we also understand the realities of Africa. Yeah, so we have that at the back of our mind. I mean, I'm here. You saw my colleague. He lives in France. If you do the same dubbing in Paris, it's so expensive. So we have an office in Morocco, so it's cheaper because it's Africa. And then if you even come here in Nigeria, it's even cheaper because we are here. So you understand our realities. That's why we say it's global with the quality that is. We are local in terms of understanding our realities, but we give you the expertise that is global. So you can send them to us. I would appreciate that.
Awesome. Okay, Mr. Theophilus, you wanted to ask something? Yeah.
I wanted to find out what has been your experience since you became country head in Nigeria. What is really the barrier? Why have we not exploded in localization? We have such huge content. There's a lot of love for Nigerian films in Kenya, in East Africa, and in other places. And what do you think has been the challenge for the Nigerian producers not to really grab localization and take control?
When the movie is done, so they can study cultural nuances. If you want to move it, for instance, to go to China. Okay, so do you understand how they understand ghosts, for instance? Do you know how the people relate, men and women? You want your movie to go to Saudi Arabia. women cannot be like this in the same hall with men. But in your movie, you have people embracing it, so you have an issue there culturally. So if you are planning a movie, you need to know that you are also planning to localize it. So you need to understand where your movie is likely to go, the audience, and how people consume their channels there, at what time, when, and how. So these are things that you put into your preparation before the movie is even released. And then do you have resources to even localize it? Don't you have $5,000 and then you have a movie, but did you plan marketing? Did you plan localization? So get all this first and then get your movie out, and then you blow out, and then you can recoup virtually everything, and then almost ad infinitum.
Awesome. I'm sure you want to agree with me that this been a very interesting one. Thank you very much. It's Perfect Media. Thank you, Mr. Claude Wamba. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you so very much. Awesome. Anyway, like I said earlier, this is an exclusive one. So everyone here would like to have a very good brief remark, goodwill message from the Executive Secretary of Broadcasting Organization of Nigeria, Dr. Yemi C. Bangboye. Can we have him very quickly, sir? Just for a very brief remark, sir. Sure, localize Google. Bye.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Commissioner for Information, Bauchi State, the organizer of this very special program, Mr. Katuba. Let me especially thank the MC. Initially, we've tried to look at our faces, but we've been able to resolve it. It's my pleasure representing the Broadcasting Organizations of Nigeria, born at this very special program. And let me even thank the MC for not giving me the opportunity to speak earlier, because the presentation of the last presenter was an eye-opener. I think everyone here will have learned one thing or the other, most especially the core broadcasters. They will know that there are a lot of opportunities over there that we can actually key into. So thank you very much for your very good presentation. At the level of Bond, we would like to equally partner with you and see how we can discuss and key into some of the things that you are doing, talking to all broadcast stations in Nigeria. Well, technology has killed a number of professions all over the world. Not only killed, it has even buried many. I think it was almost during the funeral ceremony of the print media. You know that today nobody is buying the hard copy of newspapers anymore, although they are trying to fight back seriously. If you go to the photography as a profession, I think more or less technology has even buried that one completely. Everybody now is a photographer. And I can mention so many professions like that today they are no longer in existence because of the emergence of technology. But broadcast, yes, technology has tried as much as possible to kill broadcasting. But you see that broadcasting is fighting back seriously. And with the way I'm looking at, I just returned also from IBC in Amsterdam. IBC is just that place where you see the new technology, even the one that they have not even brought to the market yet. But in all this, the saying is that the content is king, and that is why we try as much as possible to encourage stations to invest more on content. Yes, technology, because without that, nobody will be able to fill your content. But content is very, very important, and that is why the Bible says, since the day of John the Baptist, the kingdom of God suffereth violence, and only the violent that take it by force. So it's only people that can be very, very violent about content that can make their station to be there. Otherwise, with the advent of remote control, it is possible to yank your station off. Immediately they see that you are not offering something that is good. And that is why, Bond, we want to appreciate Mr. Akatuba for putting this together. We were thinking that we have more Bond members to participate. But you will agree with me that the situation in the country, most especially what broadcasters are facing, is not a small matter. I think that is part of the reason why we haven't been able to see many of them. But I want to believe that those of us that are here, it is an eye-opener that will go and feed others back what they missed for not being able to participate. I know very well that this is just the first session of the program. We'll try as much as possible to encourage broadcast stations to key into this kind of program where you can even discuss battering your own very good programs too. I know we have many stations, many state stations that have good features, documentaries that are produced in those days that are languishing there in their libraries. That I want to believe that if they can dust it up and discuss with Mr. Katuga on how that can be a source of barter arrangement, it is something that is going to be beneficial to those stations. So on behalf of Bond Chairman, I really want to thank Mr. Katuba and Bond members that are here as well, and the resource persons. But before I go, let me specially thank the Commissioner for Information, Bauchi State. The reason why I'm thanking him is not because he's here. I would have said so if I've seen anybody from Bauchi here. Maybe because he's a journalist. My brother that just made the presentation, you are speaking to a professional in the Fufude. He has worked for many years in Doshewele. In fact, he was working there before he was appointed as a Commissioner for Information on Bauchi State. So you have a right person to discuss with you about the central Fufude. He's going to do that. But the reason why I'm thanking him is that through him, Bauchi State has been a very good supporter of broadcast industry. If you see what they are, thank you very much. You see what they are, the way they are transforming the Bauchi State Television and the Bauchi State Radio today, you know that it is very, very good to have a professional to help the Ministry of Information. So, Mr. Commissioner, we really want to thank you for what you are doing. And I think I should equally say this. Of recent, we held the Bond General Assembly. Many of you are not there. If you are not a member of Bond, you cannot enjoy that. So we were in Bauchi, hosted by Bauchi State Government. And before we left Bauchi, Bond was given a 16-seater as a bus. So, Mr. Commissioner, once again, I want to thank you for all this. And he said, yes, on behalf of members. Or you want to come and take it? Yeah, we are all board members, so you can come and take the buses at Abuja if you want to travel to anywhere. Really, I will be part of the program because I'm a producer. I produce a lot of programs while in service, and I'm still producing. In fact, my attendance of IBC last week opened my eyes to a number of things that I can even go into. A lot of content outside there that we are not tapping, just as he told us. Maybe because we've not been open our eyes or because of lack of exposure. And this is the kind of exposure that we are talking about. So stations that have come from Kwara, from everywhere, from Bauchi, you can know the amount of money they will have spent to come from Bauchi to this place. I don't know whether it's even direct flight now. So it is always good to expose ourselves, most especially those of us in the creative industry, those of us in the media industry, those of us in programs, most especially. A lot of opportunities are there in the program department. And it's not an industry that immediately you leave, they forget about it. So I want to thank Mr. Akatuba for this. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. I'm so happy we didn't miss these remarks. Thank you so much. All right, so we're still coming back to the NTA director, executive director. But very quickly, would like to get also the goodwill message from the DG, National Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Charles Ibuebu, who is ably represented here by Mrs. Ayo Tayo Ogunkorode, and after which we'll come back to our Executive Director NTA. Please, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to represent my DJ, Mr. Charles Ibuebu, who is unavoidably absent. He was actually in Lagos. We had a program here, the same hotel, an exhibition and award. He was there till yesterday morning before he was called up by the commission, by the minister for another meeting in Abuja. So that's why I have to represent. And I'm actually supposed to give a keynote address, but I don't think I'll bore you with that again. I'm here, and I know about content, I just discovered that in the broadcasting industry, if there is content, we have a lot to talk about, we have a lot to do. Just like I said a few days ago, the award given there to the exhibition is all about content, And the National Broadcasting, before I continue, permit me to stay on existing protocol. The commissioner and all the dignitaries around, please. Good afternoon. The National Broadcasting Commission has given the platform for people to fly. And the commission is available to make policies that will make it convenient for anyone that wants to produce content. Just like what the person that just spoke said, even the broadcasting industry was struggling. But because of availability of content, enough of local content, they are still surviving, even in the regime of technology. I might say this for free. In Lagos alone, if I'm not checking record, we have 80-something FM radio station in Lagos. And we have TVs. All of them are surviving on content. And even with the availability of technology, if you don't have content, what are you going to produce? What are you going to send to the airwave? So the commission is ready to support whoever and make the policy that is convenient for people to project their content. If you can flash back in this country, when you tune any of your TV or radio station, you want to listen to anything, you'll be hearing foreign music. But because of the policy made available and the way people have worked together in the broadcast industry. We can now hear the like of Davido, Wizkid, anywhere in the world. Those are the local contents that the Commission are ready to embrace and encourage people to produce and make policy that will be very available for them to project their content. So I may say that this is a good opportunity that every broadcaster should embrace. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for putting this together. And let me just permit me to say that by next month too, we are having Africast. And it's going to be in Sheraton, October 20 to 24. Africast come in every 2 years, where people will meet and connect. A lot of improved technology. You meet people that are good in creating content, people that are ready to connect with you and project your work. So you are, maybe this is going to be a kind of soulful advert. You are cordially invited to. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, so we're moving to another session, which is a masterclass, the place and power of barter in today's broadcasting ecosystem as advertising revenues shrink and content acquisition costs rise. Barter has reemerged as a strategic tool in broadcasting. So this session will examine how broadcasters and content owners across Africa are utilizing barter systems to fuel airtime, just like Madam mentioned now, access diverse content, and establish partnerships without cash transactions really taking place. To facilitate this will be the Executive Director Programs, Nigeria Television Authority, Tari Taylor. Well, before she comes up, Mr. Theophilus Akatugba wants to make a very, very quick remark about her. Mr. Akatugba, please. Yes. Please help me get his attention. Mr. Theophilus Akatugba. Yeah. Please. He requested for this particularly, that I need to say this before we invite Tari Taylor to take over the podium. Is it coming right in? Not yet. Okay, maybe we'll do that afterwards. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, to put your hands together for this Amazon, making amazing things happen. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I will simplify this and not call it a master class, more like a knowledge sharing session, which I'll be facilitating. Am I okay seated here, or should I move in? It's okay. Yeah. For the cameras. Better? All right, so as introduced, my name is Tari Taylor, Executive Director of Programs for NTA, Africa's largest network. Yes. Yeah. And so when I was invited to speak about, barter and how, how that can be looked further into with regards to content and the exchange of content, I went back, in-house in NTA and did a bit of a historical journey to see how barter has helped us in the past and even where we are now and where we want to be. So, essentially, when we all here are familiar with the term barter, I'm sure. But as a refresher, what is barter? It's the trading of value. Whatever value means to a organization or to an individual. And it's creating a system of exchange of value, in that sense. And in this regard, what is the exchange that we're talking about? We're talking about content. We're talking about content as a commodity, content as a tool or, medium of exchange, if you want to call it that. But of course, with every sort of barter and with every sort of trading of value, there has to be a system, a framework within which that exchange can occur. And I guess that's what we'll be shedding more light on, at this point. So because of, where I sit, I'm going to be speaking a lot with NTA's perspective, in what I'm talking about. When we talk about content as a commodity, or when we talk about value, the first question I would ask is that, so for us, as Nigeria's public broadcaster, what is the value that we bring to the table, both for the industry, for all of our stakeholders? The government, the federal government is one of our stakeholders. The industry, the creative space as a whole is one of our stakeholders. The people, the viewers at home or wherever they are now is also our stakeholder. So what value do we bring? One of the things that drives us is our mandate. NTA has a constitutional mandate drawn from the NTA Act, which was established in 1977. And that mandate is to inform, to educate, to entertain. And that mandate is to the generality of Nigerians. There is no discrimination. There is no separation. As long as you are Nigerian, you are our key constituent. We are supposed to inform, educate, and entertain. And it's a statutory duty that we must perform. So that is why, we are all familiar with NTA. Governments would come and go, leaders would come and go. People, myself included, would come and go, but the institution will remain because the institution has a mandate, to serve within the capacity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So what do we have as NTA? We have our airtime. That is like our landed property. That's like our real estate. We have 24 hours concurrently running airtime. We have our reach. When we say you can't beat the reach, it's not just a slogan, it's the fact. You cannot beat the reach. NTA, we have our reach. Nobody, and I recognize the fact that there are amazing private stations doing extraordinary work, but they just still have not cut it in terms of NTA's reach. There is no nook and cranny of this territorial space called Nigeria that NTA does not reach. We have up to 176 channels at this point, both at the zonal, state, and even community stations in senatorial districts level. We are everywhere, right? And that's a constant challenge because, as technology evolves, as people spread, we have to continually adapt and evolve so that we are, we are transmitting better. We are, when stations go down, you bring them up so that people are not excluded, so I like to joke that NTA is a monster of an institution. Like, we are spread everywhere. It's massive. The people, the facilities, everything is just so huge, and it's such an ancient institution that we now have the task of at all times, re-evolving to meet modern needs. So our airtime, our reach, that's value that we have at any point in time. So in approaching a barter situation, right, what do we have to offer? This is the value that we hold, our airtime and our reach. And since I started my role as EDP, we have gone into several what we call content partnerships that are barter related, because yes, we are in the process of receiving appropriation funds to invest in content and all of that, but we could not just sit down and do nothing until that happens. Many of you are familiar with the way government works and all of that. So we said, okay, we operate within an industry that people are doing fantastic, phenomenal work everywhere. Why don't we find people, like-minded producers and content creators, who can give us their content, We would provide the airtime, and we would somehow meet at have some sort of synergy. So a lot of times we know how the content market is. Many people might have shot a film or shot a series or done a short film or something, and it might just be sitting on the shelf. Because we all know that the industry has a distribution challenge, and the monetization potential for content is still not as vast as it ought to be. So we've spoken to certain producers and said, okay, you know what? You have this content that is still relevant, or that is still good, or that is premium content in its own right. Bring it to us. We have signed an MOU with them. We say we provide the airtime, you bring the content, we work out a revenue share formula. Our marketing directorate goes to town on it. If you also have the marketing capacity, you also go to town on it, and we're able to, jointly exploit that content. Now, no money was exchanged in that transaction. Typically, a content producer might have had to come and buy NTA airtime to get their content out, and they will now source for sponsorships or source for ads, and hey, as long as you've paid our airtime, we're all right. We don't have, but we have said, okay, you know what, no, we can do it another way. So I think we have signed up between it's a year now I'm in that role. So in that year, we have signed up to 7 of those content partnerships. And these range from dramas to reality show. I have one reality show. I have one of my favorites is a children's musical drama. It's so fun and it's so well shot. It's called Temi and the Lab. Dub it in Hausa. They want to localize the content in different languages so that it can be further, appreciated by people around the country.
I think this time is getting a clearer picture in making it an industry for it to be sustained. Because I know from experience, it's a lot to create content.
Content that we believe that the national carrier should be, projecting. So we are getting value out of it. We're also getting some financial, remuneration from it. So mutual benefit to both parties. Now, another way over time, over the years, that NTA has utilized barter is in improving our operational efficiency. You must just sit down. If you sit down for a minute and just think about the logistics or the operational, requirements for running a 24-hour massive network like NTA is, it's ridiculous. It's crazy. The amounts of money spent on a daily basis. We don't shut down. Our staff work round the clock. Diesel consumption, all of that is round the clock. Even though we have innovated a bit more where some of our studios, both in the headquarters and we're moving into other places, now run on solar so that, it's a constant operation and we don't have to always rely on diesel. But just think about what the operational, scale of running NTA, and I'm not just talking about headquarters, literally around the country is. So sometimes, we can't do it all by ourselves. We need support, we need help. And that's where, barter comes in, where some people might say they can, even if it's diesel, whatever it's, where all of our cameramen, TV directors and engineers from the northern region, so I'm talking Jos, Kaduna, Gombe, Birnin Kebbi, Yola, they're all in Abuja right now as we speak, because this whole week they've been going through a hands-on, very intensive training. So things like that, where would they stay? Think of the cost of us providing accommodation for all those people, but barter comes in where we can say to a hotel, or we can say to, okay, support us with that. What do you want? You want advertising? You want something? We can provide that for them, and it's a mutual benefit. They get the visibility they want, and we get accommodation to help us with our training. So, that's just one example, but those are the sort of benefits. And then one way, and I will say that this is the this, for me, I think is one that I don't even, I feel like we haven't even utilized enough in terms of barter, is capacity building. We can't do it all. This training we're doing now is organized by, it's an NTA organized training for programs, directorate, engineering directorate, right? But we cannot do all the trainings by ourselves because we have a wide diversity of staff. We have auditors, we have, cameramen, we have admin people, we have all sorts of people working together in one institution. And training has to be continuous. For us to be at the forefront of what we do, we cannot rely on what we knew before. There has to be continuous training. So we are looking to partner with people who can provide that capacity building to us on an ongoing basis, and we can also provide them with what their needs are. So that's that for me, and it's been utilized in the past, but I believe that we have to expand on that, that arrangement where we are receiving capacity building for our people, across the value chain within NTA, and we are providing, some sort of value as well for organizations that can provide us with that capacity building. So, in a nutshell, that's what it is: airtime, capacity building, content partnerships, and operational efficiency are very, very, barter is very essential, for us in reaching our full potential as NTA. I said here, NTA uses barter for value that enhances our operational efficiency. So for us, that is the key purpose of barter. We are getting what we need, and essentially the heart of barter is, getting what you need with what you already own. So something that is yours. So if the product that you make, what you have, what you produce on a daily basis, that becomes a medium of exchange in your hand. And it's a powerful medium of exchange because you have it, you own it, you can appropriate it in whatever way that you choose to. So just as we have the airtime, that is our landed property, that is an asset for us, that is our real estate, and we can trade it in a way that sort of still brings value to the authority for the work that we do. So maybe I'll round up by now asking the question, what is a fair exchange in any barter situation? What would you say is a fair exchange? How do you enter into a barter transaction where one party does not feel shortchanged, where one party does not dominate and get and draw out all the benefit in that transaction, where the other party kind of feels like, oh, well, what did I really gain in that? So these are now the questions where we have to ask to navigate around it, to make sure that, we are getting the best value from the barter transactions that we do. One question that sometimes, people come with a lot of proposals every day, wanting, coverage, wanting. Sometimes some people will write us letters saying, oh, please, we are doing an event and everything. Can you give us live coverage? And I'm like, dude, do you know how much live coverage costs? Do you know what you're asking for? Like, you think, well, because we have the airtime, we have the crew that will just send a team and we'll give you like 2 hours of live coverage at your event, a value that equates to about 15 million naira or 13 million. You think you should just get it for free, So sometimes you need to now rationalize what your ask is. What are you asking for? What is within the capacity of whoever you're talking to that they can't do it for you? If you're talking to a hotel, right, and you want some value, maybe you have an event you are doing, that it's quite within their capacity to provide a space for you. They can do it, and it wouldn't draw blood from them. It wouldn't take too much. So you can ask for that and then provide the value you want to do as well. So the question is, what is a fair exchange? And as we approach every barter proposition, we have to rationalize that. What is a fair exchange for me? I always ask the question, what is in it for NTA? what is in it for NTA? And these days we're asking everybody that question, whether you are government, whether you are yes, what is in it for NTA? No more just everybody just drawing. No. Now we have to take a stand, and everybody has to treat the authority with respect and come with value, and we would also provide that value. So, questions, comments? Right. Thank you. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing or sitting, I'm not sure. How do we do this? Okay. Just had a flashback to secondary school. My name is Oscar Onyison, Rapid Broadcasting Network. Terry, first of all, well done on all the work that you do. I love how you carry NTA on your shoulder, on your neck, and your body. My question is very simple. You are the biggest, the largest, the rich. It's fair to say that when you come to a barter trade, sometimes some people have one cow and you have one onion, and you want to, exchange. I just wanted to address the issue or the question you raised very quickly, which is, what does NTA actually want apart from money? What value can other people bring to NTA since you're already everywhere? So what else could we actually give you?
Just a minute. Hold on.
Can I? Okay.
Please, I want to request that we move forward so that we can fill the spaces up. Yes. Can you please move forward so that we can fill the spaces up? It's not good to have. Madam from Kwara, please come forward here. Aremu would like to see you more than to be looking for you. Please come forward from Kwara Broadcasting. Yes, please. Madam, you can go up there. Yeah. So that you came. All right. Claude, why are you at the back? Claude, come on. We need you here. Right. All right. Tari?
Can I answer that question?
One more. Just take one more.
All right.
Thank you. While you were talking, I felt you were talking to me because I know I have I will also have a request on your desk. So your question, yes, there's a request on our desk currently, and I was taking notes. Well, not that much. You were talking about what is in it, and I think it's true. It's a very valid question to know, for there to be equal, at least win-win situations for both parties. And he asked a question that I also resonate with. It's all about each party knowing the need of the other party, but bringing value is key. So there must be value exchange. For instance, our organization, we are sure of what we produce. We are sure of the value that our products will give to the audience, which are kids. And NTA now, for instance, we look at it and okay, is this something that we need currently? Will this improve our viewership? Will this improve the way in which the government sees us? Because one thing is, while NTA is also out there, to boost the image of the country. And when you see values that will go beyond just probably bringing revenue, you see other values that you never anticipated that are organic to what you do. What I'm saying is there are also other values that may not be media related. It could be image, for instance. It could be helping the image of the government, because NTA is a government institution, and anything NTA does will rub off on the image of the country. So value exchange sometimes can be broad, and it's all about looking deeply. If the content is not okay, they can't bring the money for the airtime spot, what value are they? That's why I'll also tell content producers, be sure of what you are producing and be sure that it actually brings value. Because if it doesn't bring value, it's going to be a hard sell.
Okay, so let me take those two and then we'll come. So the first question, and I think it ties in to what you have also asked. What does NTA want? When we receive those proposals, all of the propositions that come, what are we looking out for? Yes, absolutely. Some people come to us and they don't necessarily. You gave you gave the example of an onion, or you have carrots. Exactly. So we get a lot of that where some young person is just trying to is doing something of value, to be honest, but they don't have they cannot equate the value that we would be giving them. They can't pay for it. They cannot. They really can't. give us anything substantial, in return. But why would we support that person? And we've been doing a lot of that. A lot of people write, and sometimes they're even quite surprised with the support they will get from us, maybe showing up at their event or helping them to promote a cause or a message or something. Now, the fact that NTA's identity, us being the national broadcaster and having the mandate that we have, it's a blessing, but it also can be a challenge, right? Because for that very reason, we cannot always look at everything in black and white and say what is in it. Sometimes we have to be a bit more critical in the way we assess proposals. I said that we have a mandate to inform, to educate, and to entertain. A letter can arrive at my desk, and it could be somebody who may not necessarily be giving us something tangible back, but what they are doing fits very much in line with our mandate. There may be no monetary value for us in it, but I may tend to say, okay, you know what, this is something I think we should be part of because of the social impact that it might have, right? Or the community access that it gives us. Because now the world is a large marketplace of various smaller communities. And I dare say that we want to be in every space. Wherever there is an arena where there are Nigerians, we want to be there. NTA has to be there. So now we would look at those niches, we would look at those demographics, those psychographics, and we would say, do we have a voice in that space? If the answer is no, and we get a proposal that is not necessarily offering us something tangible, but I just think, okay, that's a space NTA needs to be in, we might respond based on that. And that also comes to genres as well for content. You talked about children's content. We are very open to that because we realize that not a lot of people are producing high quality children's programming in Nigeria. So the few people that propose to us, we take a second look because we're like, okay, does this align with our mandate? Are they teaching the children good values, good virtues that, we can jump on as well? Is the quality of the production good? It ticks those boxes. It doesn't hurt us to find a space for it. But then we also want all of our airtime blocks to be profitable. So that's where I will call in my marketing directorate and say, guys, this is good. It ticks the program's boxes, but how do we make it profitable for the network as well? So, those are the considerations that we make. It's not always, so value in terms of, so you might have, it might be the cow and onion situation, but your onion might be able to lead us into a new arena where we are maybe not have been before, and it opens us up to a wider audience, or it reintroduces NTA to people who may have no history with NTA, and we feel that, okay, it's a good way to connect with that particular audience. So I hope that answers both questions, with regards to that. But we are it's a good time to be a friend of NTA. We are listening, we are working, finding people, like-minded people to work with. So please do come to us. There's somebody in front.
My name is, okay, it's good now. Hello. My name is Eki. I'm a creative director. Producer. Thank you for your presentation, madam. My question will be, yes, NTA has the platform, widest platform, but there's still a bit of a problem with the digitization of the whole thing. Reason why most people will rather go and go on the platform of DSTV or any other one. And that is, for me, it's a bit of a challenge. Reason is that I like to say I'm a proud Nigerian. I like to preach the Nigerianness of things, and I really believe also that that's where we can improve on our economy, if you ask me. So welcome. Right now we're still discussing that, because I was hoping that NTA management will pay more attention to the proper technical aspect of it, because that's really what will even get you more, content and more people interested. So why are we still having concern with that? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Ibrahim Yakubu Pam. I am the Managing Director of AMAC Broadcasting Service Limited. AMAC is Abuja Municipal Area Council, one of the first local governments in this country to own a radio station and an online TV. NTA, I like the angle from which you're coming. I'm one of the most proud person to identify with NTA. NTA has always been our parent because of the experience and, of course, the first television, public television in Nigeria. I really appreciate NTA and all that you've said. The challenge that we seem to be having today is with the social media. Now, the social media have taken over the job of, the terrestrial media, radio, television. And most times you try to strike a deal with an organization, and they prefer to go to the social media because there they don't pay as much as they would pay NTA or pay Radio Nigeria or pay stations like ours. And the challenge has always been, okay, for a station, we're making a case study with NTA. For a station like NTA, how well has the station been able to deploy its resources into using the social media to be able to appeal, to this caliber of, not just the audience now, but of course also the clients, to ensure that, or to give the client that kind of appeal that the client is looking for. Because most people, I'm sorry to say this, most people who go on social media to throw contents there, most of them are not really trained. And the kind of content you see on the social media, sometimes, it leaves you to wonder, what is this? I mean, where are the professionals? So is NTA actually taking advantage of the social media to ensure that some of these contents, are deployed, so that we'll be able to win? And, it's same with every other station. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. My name is Badmus Oyedele. I'm the content director at StarTimes Nigeria. I just want to continue from where Madam stopped the other time. You talked about, or you asked the question, what is the fair deal between the broadcaster and content owner? I think, let me talk from the seat where I am seated. Every day, people come to my seat. Oh, I have this content.
I want to hear it on Star Times. Oh, the last one I heard on this Star Times. I finished the whole 26 episodes. Star Times finished the whole 26 episode. Nothing came out of it. I faced this challenge up to yesterday. A pastor, let me give this example. One pastor came to my office yesterday and he said he has spent close to 20 million on a certain content and nothing has come into his pocket or into his account. You understand? And I was trying to let him know also that airing those content too cost me a lot because I have to pay for satellite space, I have to pay the staff and the rest. So, to be fair to both sides, we are both losing. We are both. Because I am paying him too, the producer too also paid. You understand? I think the fair deal is if we can get advert people to invest on our content. That is where both of us can smile and smile home. And this is the biggest challenge in our industry, if we want to be fair to all of us. This is biggest. I don't want to mention some content, but let me mention one. Masoyinbo. I got Masoyinbo into Star Times on barter arrangement. Masoyinbo is one of the most trended content right now online. Once they drop it in an hour, you see so many views. You can't tell me that Masoyinbo is not a good content. But go to 70% of media agencies. No content, no advert is coming in. Not only this content, there are some other content that are good like that. That is where the problem actually lies. And on that basis is what I'm going to employ the organizer of this program to please include advert agencies. Let us sit down together. And some, not only, what is it called, channel or what is it called, let's include even local producers. Let us sit down and face ourselves and tell ourselves the truth. Because this is really killing the industry. Let me give more examples. There are so many set of new investors that are very much ready to invest in content in Nigeria. Many of them in abroad. They have worked 20 years, 15 years in abroad. They've saved a lot of money, millions. And some of them has invested. In fact, there are some of them that have shot movies that they thought Netflix is going to collect from them. Unfortunately, those movies do not watch the standard of Netflix. That is when they come to me. So, somebody has invested almost 40 million shooting a movie. He's not here, he's not there. And he's a Nigerian. So, how do we carry these people along? So, this kind of people, we need to have a seminar like this where we can talk. So, I think if media agencies can open their arm and accept some of this content producer, it's going to be a very big ease for us and the content producer. I think, on my own perspective, that is a fair deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Those are 3 questions. 2 questions have come.
Good afternoon. My name is Tochukwu Uzor. I represent CAST TV Israel. I do not want to ask a question. Rather, I would love to bring a solution. And I will do this only working with Mr. Theophilus and his association. When I was young, I watched NTA, Cockroach Dawn, New Masquerade, Village Headmaster. This content, many of our children don't know it. And this content taught me a lot of things. I speak like a foreigner, right? But I'm from Anambra State. I can tear Yoruba like shawarma. I came to NTA to look for a job. I couldn't get it. I don't have a degree. But right now I'm working for an international broadcasting organization. CAST TV manufactures its own internet, protocol, television, streaming equipment. And it is the answer to your question, sir. 40 million for a movie, bring it to Cash TV. We have the platform that is going to make everyone in the world, especially Nigerians in diaspora, have access to content, their own content. That's why Mr. Theophilus says, we now have parties, and we now have events that we can actually have only Nigerian music. Only. From A to Z. In fact, I can put one track on repeat from here to Anambra State, and you won't hear one English song. We can offer a globally accessible, harmonized pay-per-view platform. We can offer our services to NTA and to all the content owners and aggregators and distributors and TV stations and radio stations in Nigeria. Like I said, I'm not going to ask any questions. We are the solution. And we were invited by Mr. Theophilus and his association to be here. And he specifically asked for me to deliver this message. NTA. How many people know how many people watch NTA? NTA doesn't know how many people watch NTA. Channels TV, no. Only DSTV knows how many people watch DSTV. From what device? From what location? And that's what Cash TV is all about. And we can actually offer you more. More. And actually more. We can monetize any content. And we will share, like you said, revenue sharing, quarterly payments. I would love to offer a working relationship with Cash TV, with any TV radio station here, and any radio station here, and any content provider available. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that solution. Okay, there was one more.
All right. So.
Thank you so much. My name is Betty Dibia Kereduluali from Branama Children's Television. I just want you to address one aspect of barter that you didn't. The issue of co-production, which is quite big globally. How open is NTA to that if you're not already doing that? And what's the process? Thank you.
Thank you for that. All right, so thank you everyone who has asked the questions and made a comment. I appreciate that comment too, and I guess we'll follow up to listen to CAS broadcasts, CAS TV, to listen to what you're offering and see how, if there's any way we can benefit from that. On the social media question, absolutely. I spoke about us wanting to be on new arenas, and social media, though not so new, is definitely one arena that we want to, connect with our audiences via as well. We are on social media. We are doing moderately well on YouTube, on Twitter, on Instagram. People still come to NTA for various reasons, right? It might not be the reasons that have always been, but some people, whenever people want credible reporting of government activities, they would always want to confirm first. Has NTA put it? If NTA has put it, then yes, it is. If NTA, so that's something that is value, and we don't take it for granted, But we want to give other reasons as well, and compelling entertainment content is one of those reasons why we also want people to be coming back to NTA, because historically, people used to come to NTA for that. You spoke about all those programs, those very well-loved programs, We still have that nostalgic factor, and we want to utilize it in bringing people back and making NTA the very much loved brand once again for these generations that it should be. And so we are exploring more of social media to have. I know that there is a lot of work going on there. If you follow the handles, you will see that you can see the efforts being made. I don't think we are there yet. We have spoken to several young, very dynamic social media companies or providers to see which ones we can work with, that would help us to really, really take our place within that social media world. So we've had some bids come in and we have received some presentations, but we are still in the process of determining which, social media companies we would probably outsource on some level our, that's PR too. And then co-productions. When looking at the next few years, and if you say, for example, in 5 years, where would I want to see NTA at in terms of programming? Co-productions for me, is big. Because I say it all the time, we can't do it all by ourselves, and we don't have to. We actually don't have to. In a lot of co-productions, I see NTA having an oversight role, performing an oversight function, where we work with producers, we sit on a concept, we decide what we want to do, and then we can work through. There will obviously be NTA representation on those projects, but then we co-produce, co-exploit, and distribute the program. So yes, we're very open to that. And we're actually now in the process. When you mentioned the classics, we engaged the industry, and I mean Nollywood, because we have a plan to remake some of our classics. Kokra Dawn, Bassi and Company, Ichoku. We're looking at some of those titles that are still very strong brands, right? And we want to remake them to appeal to a younger demographic. And we're not trying to do it by ourselves. We had a stakeholder engagement with Nollywood, some very senior, top Nollywood producers, where we asked them to send us expressions of interest on people we can co-produce some of those classics with. And I would say here, I would admit that the one that we have gone the farthest progress on is Kokra Dawn, where we have identified a solid production outfit. And we even encourage collaborations, because we said to them, you guys can bring your strengths together, come to us as a single entity, and we would work with you in co-productions. And on Kokra Dawn, we have made the most progress on that. So what does NTA get out of the whole deal? Yes, we own the equity, we own the intellectual property, and that's our equity in the project, but we also provide an oversight function to make sure that they stay true to the format, and the subject matters and all are in line with, where the messaging that we want to put forward. But it's a co-production entirely, because these guys have the strengths. They understand the industry dynamics. They understand where filmmaking, cinematography is, and all of that. Yes, I would want to see some of my guys in that production to be trained and to learn and all of that, but we don't need to be spearheading that production. We just work with people who can do that, and we provide the oversight function. So a lot of those are in the works. So if you have any exciting projects that you think that, NTA would be interested in, please, by all means, talk to us. We're thinking of that. Email. Okay, so we can always be reached on programs.directorate@nta.gov.ng for any inquiries or to talk to us. Programs.directorate@nta.gov.ng. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I think I did mention when I was talking something that may excite you. Part of what we do is called restoration of classics. For instance, we're able to restore everything that the French army did in the World War II. So all the films. So all your classics, the sound is gone, images are bad. We have a specialized lab in France where you can restore it. By the time we are done, you think it's probably a new production. So there was a time we approached the DG, but I think I lost his contact or something. So it's a conversation we can start again. We were in Jos. We met with Jos. They have about 26,000 reels of these classics, to see how we can help them restore. But that conversation didn't, go far. But what I'm trying to say is, it's very exciting. We can restore all your classics from the very day NTA started, operations. So we can bring all of that to life if we can work together.
I believe we should be able to, because that's something that is definitely giving us a headache right now. It's been long coming. We are talking to so many people as to how we can do it, but we haven't quite yet found the right fit. So please, I would share my contact with you whenever you are around, or come to the headquarters and let's sit down and really work out how it's possible.
Okay.
Let us put our hands together. Okay. One more. This is important. Please, before we give that round of applause.
Thank you. My name is Solomon Awa from Benue Television, Makudi. Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Why it's important for me to ask this question is because my station, being a government station, has some similarities with yours, and the challenges you face are quite similar with mine, and vice versa. Our content is a very big problem for us. We are a young station that started just about 6 years ago, and we started quite from the scratch. And so we were producing almost 90 to 95% of our content. Today we have over 30 programs, and almost all of them are local programs, because our philosophy is to penetrate the hinters, the local people, and be able to reach them. And that is even one of the reasons why we chose to be first on free-to-air channels, so that everybody can afford it. We understand the demography at that level is very poor. Many of them will not be able to afford DSTV and all that. But the challenge has been content and content and content. And that is why when we heard about this program, we were very keen about it, and we have made effort to be part of it, necessarily in spite of the challenges. And coming here, I hope that I will meet with the organizers and be able to speak with them so that we can get more help after here. You see, they are talking about digitalization and all that, but that is also one of the problems that we have with producers, because these digital platforms, because of monetization, are paying. They are paying, and they are paying very well. So when you talk about barter system that worked for us before, right now when you are contacting them and you are talking about barter, they are looking more into your pocket to say that, look, I spent X, Y, Z to produce this content, and why do you say that I should just take it? Why would I give it to you if I can take it to YouTube and get quite a lot of money from it? So this is a problem for us. So in fact, I have been able to contact even some producers here in Lagos. And another shot in my leg is even the fact that we are a government TV. So they keep asking me, why would government, with all the money, be asking us for a better system with our content? And so they are, in fact, one of them told me that if you were a private person, I would understand that you are facing the same challenges I'm facing. But you are a government person, corporation with a lot of with a huge budget. So, have I been speaking, or have we been speaking to the wrong people? Or do you think this is truly a problem? And if it is a problem, sir, how can we survive?
Maybe, thank you for that, and I like the honesty with which you have spoken. But one off the top of my head, what I would just say is, how well are you articulating the value you bring to the table in terms of your organization, perhaps people are only seeing what you are asking from them, but are you really quantifying the value that you are giving them, right? You see what? So maybe that. And somebody spoke about audience measurement. Yes, we estimate NTA. We know that we reach an audience of up to 80 million every day, but it's possibly a lot more now. But we cannot give you the exact figures because of the flaws in the audience management system, with Nigeria. But I know that's a work in progress. I know that there are people actively working that by next year, not just NTA, all media organizations in Nigeria would be able to have a lot more scientific data to work with as to how we are viewer measurements and all of that. But articulate the value more, right? If you have something good, you have something great, maybe they need to see the value. Sometimes people just brush us all off with, oh yeah, a government institution, so they think you should be giving them instead. But no, we are a government institution, but what value are we creating? And how can that value help and boost the, what the other people are doing? So I would say, and I'm speaking to myself too, we need to always go back to the drawing board and rediscover what our core value propositions are, and then articulate it well to those people we are talking to.
Okay, my own also maybe it's just a comment regarding this content sharing. I think one of the things that we need to focus on, especially NBC, that is saying maybe we'll have Africast coming up. We need to encourage our values. I will give an example. You go to hotels, many in Nigeria. Let me use Benue. I will get to hotel into Makurdi. I will be lodging. But if I tune in, all the channel I see is only football from somewhere, or I see this Indian translated or Indian films. I can't get NTA Makurdi. I can't get Makurdi State Television. I think we need to think of this. There's no country you go in the West. First, you finish all their local station, then you get to CNN or Al Jazeera or whatever. But here is the reverse. I think we need to start thinking, how can we do this? For me, if chance be, there should be, before we give you a license in Makurdi to operate a hotel, you must, we are not saying that it is the only one, but you must include 2 channels of Makurdi, being state and NTA. Because if we don't do that, people, even if I want to see the dance of the thief, I cannot see it because the station is not there. I only see football. So I think we need to think how we can do that. I will give an example about this sharing. I was in Deutsche Welle, like they said, for 18 years. We don't have shortwave anymore. We broadcast only with partners. In Nigeria alone, we have more than 30 partners. And I don't think FRCN have 30 partners that are picking their program daily. These people take it from us. Sometimes even if we don't post it, they even ask for it. People just value foreign things. FRCN is broadcasting all over, especially when now you have federal radio station in all the states, 6 states. But nobody take what is done in Calabar and broadcast it in Sokoto. I think NBC need to play a very vital role, and Mr. Bambose is not around. Also the broadcasting organization of Nigeria, because people value foreign things. These programs are produced by Nigerians. We work in Hausa language. The correspondents are Nigerian. The producers are Nigerian. But still Nigerian value it because it is transmitted from Germany or BBC. If somebody will come here with a BBC T-shirt, you see how people will look at him than someone who is coming with Lagos TV T-shirt. I think we need to talk about this. We need to see how we can change this. Secondly, about social media. Yes, social media, one person asked about it, the challenges. I'm happy to tell you, social media, yes, it is easy, it is this and that, but it is declining. Why? Because people are realizing that social media is not a credible news channel. Why? Because due to AI, You can bring a picture what happened in Liberia in 1990s. You say it is happening in Yola. So many things now, if you post it on social media, people have started asking, is it real? Before it wasn't like this. Before whatever you see, you consume it. But now, believe me, the study has shown people have started to realize social media is declining because you can combine a sister and say she is the wife, they were kissing themselves. And the AI can translate any voice to other voices or whatever. So let us start to think how can we make social media in our own station, yes, so that to compete with people. But believe me, these traditional medias are still the reliable. The only thing we need to change from the tradition, the way we transmit, and also get involved into the social media so that if you see somebody, TikTok from NTA, you already know, yes, it's TikTok, but that's NTA, and you believe it. But for us thinking about social media, I know it has taken the newspaper, whatever people are saying, but traditional are still powerful. What is changing now is that you can use this mobile as a camera, you can use it as a newspaper, you can read everything, it can edit. So this is what we should utilize it for. But to think it will kill us, believe me or not, it is dying. People are realizing now that social media can bring you anything. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for that. Absolutely, I agree with.
You want to respond?
No, I agree with everything here.
Let us put our hands together for Tari. Now, before Tari is, I call her the miracle worker because I watched NTA and I was just seeing changes. Then I called my friend. What's happening at NTA? Something is happening there. Our NTA is coming back. And then Dr. Shaibu Hosseini said, that's Tari Taylor. I said, can you get me her number? Say, call her husband. Then I sent a message to her husband. What are you doing in NTA? He said, no, it's my wife. She's doing such an amazing job in a very difficult environment. And how did you get back all your airtime? The entire place was taken over. Tari, thank you for your good work. Thank you for coming to Content Connect. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be having the Bata Village where we need to talk to ourselves, those who want to look for content. Solomon is from Benue State. Let's put our hands together for Tari. Tari, you need to teach me how to pronounce your name. Your surname. Taylor. So we have a Bata Village at the back, at the other side of the hall. Now, the Bata Village and the Content Exchange Village is designed for us to do the business of content trade. This is where you need to talk to one another. If you want to exchange the content with me, that's where we do the business. Later, when we come from the break, we will be having the workshop. What mechanisms, what can we put in place so that before we meet next year, I can exchange content with you with the template that we're going to put in place. So you go on there, you put up 2 programs, maybe Swange dance. What's the name? Is it Swange? Swange dance. Then you get a dance from Edo State, and you have 13 episodes of a festival. You match that, and then you pull the agreements, and you can sign off and exchange that content without leaving your location. We come together every year to improve the mechanism. It's going to get more expensive to produce content as we go along. We need to now deepen how we get content, get new content. From Ghana, from Malawi, from Ghanaians were interested in coming here. They said they have a huge library of content. But things kept changing. The Malawians wanted to come. They said, oh, they have election. Everyone, we believe that after now, if we're able to put together that mechanism and we go ahead to exchange content, there's something Honorable Commissioner said which is very, very important. When I travel to any place, the first thing I do is to watch their local TV. That's how I get to know what's happening, what they're doing. And in our hotels, you hardly watch Nigerian TV. So this is a big thing we need to talk about. So after the break, it's going to be 1 hour. Then radio will be meeting. radio people will want to talk because radio has become throw a topic, open the phone lines. What manner, this so for radio people, they are going to have a panel session to deepen conversation on how radio can actually exchange formats, exchange program, or produce programs that are exchangeable that you can move from place to place. That's going to come after the break. So when we get back, the workshop on the barter system, the barter village, and the radio, panel session. I want to thank you all for coming. Solomon from Benue, you made an effort. You were here in May, and you are back. And then Mr. Yakubu Pam, well done for what you're doing at local government. It's so beautiful to put faces to this. And then Madam from Kwara Radio. And we want to thank you all. Let's come back after 1 hour. Let's interact with one another, get to know one another, and prepare for our Barter Village. Thank you very much for this first part. we're trying to consider models for exchange. Somebody was asking question, what is a win-win? What really can be a win-win? To me, a barter exchange that is win-win is when both parties derive the value that motivated the exchange in the first place. Because I will come to you, in the days of old, people went to the market with plantain, others came with yam, some had pepper, and you exchange yam for pepper because you need pepper, and if pepper satisfies you, the exchange becomes fair. The next level was how much for worth. So if today we are going to exchange a drama series for documentary, what is the subject matter of your documentary series? And then my drama, what impact will my drama make? I used to do barter with Tajuddin Adekwetu. So I produced a program called Broadway Tentacles. And then Tajuddin would take Tentacles, Broadway, and give me his Sound City episodes. Then it was not a channel. So I'll take Sound City to Ghana, and Tajuddin will have Tentacles in Nigeria. And he will put it on AIT or any channel, and then exploit it, go market it. The same thing I do in Ghana. I bought Ghana television airtime. I had 2 hours every day in the afternoon. And so I had 2 hours every day from Monday till Friday. And then on Saturday I had something in the afternoon. So I feel that with the Sound City hour. So that was 2 hours of Sound City, Nigerian and international music. And I have different episodic programs. So that relationship between Tajuddin and myself grew to the extent that I now established my own TV channel in Ghana called TV Excite. Then at that time, he was trying to establish on TV. He bought over DBN and the deal didn't work out. And then eventually he got the license to do on TV. That was a model between two independent producers. We were not broadcasters. We didn't own broadcasting facility. So in this particular conversation now, what are we here to do? We are here to set up the platform, to have this conversation so that we can develop this platform in a manner that right in the comfort of your office, you can complete the exchange seamlessly. And you will understand, after we have set it up properly, you will understand that if I'm looking for a cultural festival, a series of cultural festivals, I can present that and ask, oh, what I want from you is a series on marriage. Somebody called me from Ghana. I said, look, we have a program called Ghana Most Beautiful. It's a pageant of culture. The women will come out and the 10 or some 14 regions of Ghana being represented by one lady who will showcase that region in a reality show series of about 13 weeks. And they will be eliminated until one person will win. Now, if you look at that content, by the time you take a few things out, it's such a rich, interesting content that will take you through Ghana if you follow that. So, there are a lot of programs like that are available in Nigeria. But someone has used it in Kaduna for long, and all the Kaduna people have seen it. But they have not seen it in Edo State. They have not seen it in Delta. Delta TV is struggling to fill its airspace. So why not show something from Osun State that has relevance, that has value? Somebody must have done a Olojo Festival series. Why don't you take it and exchange? Why will traditional TV be looking for content when YouTube has all the content? What is YouTube? It's content. User-generated content. So we broadcasters have become content providers to YouTube. YouTube did not sign agreements with you. And you surrendered yourself. I asked the question the other time at the broadcast convention. I said, in this craze of digital media, who owns the intellectual property? Who owns the streaming that channel does on YouTube? we have a lawyer in the house who might want to throw light. Do you lose your right if you put it on TikTok? Who is the owner of your content on TikTok? I know there are rights, there are protection here and there, but at the end of the day, if you are a broadcaster in this field, if you really have a content, somebody told me, he just sold, he said he's been doing documentary for the last 25 years, documentary series. He produces documentaries, corporate documentaries, and he said he has huge collection of rushes. He shot different documentaries, so he kept those rushes. He's done the edit, surrender, submitted. He did a documentary on this for an NGO. He just got a deal to sell $100,000. Old rushes. $100,000. So it means that your rushes that you used to shoot your film, that you threw away, if you had stored them, someone need them to put somewhere so that if somebody is calling for a video, now you have AI producing, digging deep. Somebody went to IBC, he said he wanted to do a documentary, and he gave the script of his documentary to them at the IBC in Amsterdam. He said they ingested the script, and in 30 seconds, the documentary is to talk about the evolution of a company 60 years back. The images that they dug out about 60 years ago about that company shocked the guy who was about to produce the documentary. In so year, when this was a need, a company like this emerged, that voice, they were able to find visuals that matched it, and they were able to get old visuals. This is the reason they buy your library. They buy them for the purpose of responding. Because the AI is nothing until something is in there. It's intelligent to find it, not that it's creating it. It's humans, you and I, that creates them. So, in this market, where's Favor? Let him bring his phone now, because this is going to die. So what are we talking about? How do we exchange? For example, there are different in Tajuddin's case, we just exchange for exchange. He said for every hour he gave me 2 hours. His was a musical. So I told him, you give me 2 hours for every hour of my soap. So that was how we did that exchange, successfully. But in this era that we are now talking about, this exchange mechanism, how do we go about it? Drama for drama swap. How do we determine, how would you, as an owner of a 13-episode drama, what would you expect as a fair exchange, a fair program? Then for radio, what are the radio people going to talk about? Do you know that radio, anytime we talk content sales, radio people appear to have no role there. Even in our MQuan, where we go for meetings, the radio guys don't participate. They think that they have nothing to exchange. Yes. So we're about to learn what is there. Why are radio formats not available in this system? Why is it that Ghanaian radio stations have not exported any of their program formats to Nigeria? Why has Nigeria, just like we have exported TV programs? So this is the conversation for radio. So what we're talking about is, Favor, you need to come with this, your locked phone, and stand by me. So this is the conversation. How do we determine a documentary? So this is the question on the floor. Can we start the conversation? You're welcome to this session. Please, the microphone. Come, can you enlarge this a little bit? Cannot. But what if it goes up? What do I do? What's your pin? Where's your other? These are the mic. Hold on. So let's start the conversation. For example, a Nigerian station provides 13 episodes of a local drama in return for a Tanzanian station, which provides 13 episodes of the same drama. Sunday Bouncer, you are supposed to give me a comment. How you Ubongo, what's your mechanism? How do you get your program to stations across Africa? Sunday Bouncer is from Ubongo Africa? Ubongo International.
Check.
Thank you. Ubongo is actually a Swahili word, which means brain. So we originated from Tanzania, though we're registered in the United States, but our head office is in Tanzania, and we have operations in 21 African countries. So the way we operate is, in fact, that's why I think I was one of the first people to register for this, because that is our model, barter. We do barter because as an NGO, we don't pay for airtime, but we have produced, and just as all the discussions that happened today, we produced a very valuable resource, which is the children's content, and we believe that our content has gone through a lot of rigorous checks, rigorous check and quality controls to ensure that it's valuable. That's key. And we approach a TV station and say, hey, look, we have this valuable content and we would like to have airtime. And we have two types of barter deals. So the first one is we give you the content, you give us airtime. Or you pay a license fee and we give you the airtime, you can advertise on it. Or we do revenue share. So the revenue share is an agreement where we say, okay, we give you this content and both of us hustle for advertisement. And that's one key thing I want us to talk about, getting adverts for kids programming. I was just talking to her about it. So, and any of the parties that brings in revenue, we determine on the sharing formula, maybe 60-40, 50-50. It's just a gentleman agreement, but everything will be stipulated in the MOU. The MOU is very key. All these things, that's why a legal expert has to review your MOU agreement, and all parties must stick to it. So there's also co-production. There's an avenue for co-production where both parties will say, okay, you will handle this part of production, maybe the dubbing, and we'll handle the scripting or anything. It's all barter. But I know one key thing is money is not exchanged, but value. But it's all about each party looking at, okay, which of this value am I really interested in? And that's where business intelligence and business development comes in. You look at the party you're trying to go to and say, okay, what do they need? What do they have? And what can I give them that will be valuable to them? Otherwise, it's not going to happen. So that's the model in which we operate at Ubongo.
Thank you very much for that intervention. But I'd like to ask you quickly, which of these models have worked better? You have different models, but which one has worked better for Ubongo International in Nigeria? Then you contrast that with Tanzania, the home country.
Right. So in Nigeria, there's always this request from TV stations that we want to get monetary value from content. So, but the one that has worked is the fact that we give the content for free and they have airtime. That's for TV stations that actually know the value of what we're giving and they need it. Otherwise, some other big stations will say, look, since we're not going to generate revenue from this, and that's why someone said this earlier, we need advertisers in the next edition of this. Advertisers should be here so we can talk through some of these, challenges. But the one that's worked for us in Nigeria is giving the content for free and they're giving us the airtime. For other countries like Tanzania, some TV stations are open to paying a license so that you don't come and pry into how they generate their revenue. They have full control of their revenue.
This is what is common in Eastern Africa.
East Africa, yes.
Once you move west, you begin to see a change. And it beats me. How come West Africa adopted this strange model that I knew will never work? I knew was going to kill the stations. I knew this many years ago.
Yeah.
Because when a station runs without a philosophy, when you sell airtime, and you only give out your airspace based on what someone is paying you, not based on the value and how it aligns with the philosophy of your station, you are just dying. And they ended up, in fact, some stations had to sell airtime to churches and religious groups. In fact, in Ghana, I got to a stage they have to sell to voodoo healers, money doublers.
Yeah.
So if you run a channel and no one is sure of what they are going to see, and when the content they are following will end, sometimes you are following a series on TV because they've lost relationship with the producer to pay airtime. The program is yanked, and they put a funeral there the next time.
Yeah. Let me just say this quickly. One thing that TV stations should also, and radio stations too, because we also have radio content, is that if you are so, I know you need money to run your operations, but yeah, you need money to run your operations. Yes. Yeah, well, just try and listen to it.
So, Oscar, you're going to
put on your station will either mar or improve your audience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you keep putting crappy content all in the name of earning revenue, at some point your audience will drop and you'll be back to square one. So it's all about having a balance. Okay, you see a very quality content, you put it in, you can get revenue from elsewhere. And I was just talking with the NBC people. I was like, look, NBC, you have in your NBC code that at least, I think 15% or so of airtime of TV stations should be dedicated to children's content. But here we are struggling. But maybe Mr. Oscar can tell us more.
No, yes, this idea of needing money now has left many stations dead. It was so in Ghana, I tell you. And then a station called Viasat came and took the airwaves and showed them what content does to spin the market. Content that is consistent. They were the first to bring the programming schedule that tells you that you know. Don't ask. You know that at 7:30 to 8 you are going to see comedy. You know. You don't need to. You know. You can even call your children, tune to Viasat. They are showing, you don't even know what comedy, but there's a comedy series running there. The belts were marked out and advertisers knew where to go. And by the time they took the chunk of the market share within the first 6 months of operation, a lot of the channels, they woke up. So we are looking for money to run today. But what about tomorrow? I've seen how promising channels went down. They started very well, but the moment they started selling airtime, forgetting that this business is not about selling airtime, it's about keeping consistent the promise between you and the audience. These advertisers you are looking for, they are looking for the eyeballs that you are not delivering. And the eyeballs go where content is. And if you don't have this commitment to ensure that the content is there, these advertisers are not going to come there. And they're not willing to discuss how they will come. They just want to see that the eyeballs are following. And they have the way to know. Please, Oscar, you're going to speak. It's a difficult situation running broadcasting in a market like this. That at the end of the day, what you are selling is actually what you should never sell. You should get good content and just the eyeballs just follow, just like they're following YouTube and everywhere. Oscar, please, you have the microphone. We want to hear your intervention.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, well done to you and the team for putting this together. I will be very brief and very practical and very realistic. So I've been on all sides of the divide as a radio presenter where I'm pointing to programs department and marketing that, oh, this is good content. I've grown up to now come on the management side where it's about the deliverables, you know, the audience rating, the bottom line, diesel needs to be paid for, salaries need to be paid for. And now I'm currently running an organization where I have just over 70 staff across 3 states, 2 radio stations, 1 TV station. And the truth is, you have to keep your station afloat to even have a station to fight for. A number of stations currently in Nigeria, and that's why the model has to be very, very careful. I'm very sure that this station we're making reference to in Ghana had some strong financial backing to come into the market and basically give a middle finger to everyone and do the right thing. The issue we're having currently is that our audience, the eyeballs, they have alternatives to us. The churches, the money doublers, how they get their money, they shall have the money. And as a management staff that answers to a board of directors, the most important part is the station running. So let me give you an example. In Umahia, where we're situated is somewhere between like mountains or something, and there was lightning, and it struck. Our transmitter, earthing, got fried. Couple of equipments got fried. We went down. Now, we couldn't get back for our 48 hours, and then we spent another 2 weeks replacing equipments. Those that we could replace, we replaced. Those that we could change, we changed. These are the realities on ground. Now, if a church XYZ comes and they want to give money, I must have some kind of financial cushion to say no and maintain that standard that we talk about. In theory, it is very right. And those that get away with it are people that have deep pockets. You look at DSTV, you look at what they're doing with the multi-choice talent factory and the academy and all the things they're doing. They can afford to do this because their mother company and the mother's company have money that they can, And then you now look at the big brothers of this world, where some companies put aside their yearly budget just for that period, and they spend it at once because of these eyeballs that you're saying. But the other stations, because I'm also in talks with him, we're faced with the reality on ground. The economy is something we can't ignore. The audience wants what the audience wants. So if they don't get it at your station, they'll go where they can get it, and the advertisers will go with them. So you'll now be in a situation where you have the moral high ground, the ethical high ground, but you're broke, you can't pay for diesel, you can't pay for salaries. And when the salaries are delayed, the same staff that you're trying to quote and unquote protect will go to the same social media and etc. Thankfully, our policy at our RBN is we don't owe salary. We've never owed salary since we started. We've been running 2 years. And it was one of the conditions I gave before I joined them, because I want to make sure that things like salary and running costs are not hindered. But now I'm at a crossroad where I need to now make money, good money, to take care of operations and salaries at least. So we need to find a balance. And the balance I would offer as a solution is when some organizations come, name withheld, but I'm not pointing at anyone. When they come, they need to come with something else on the table and find a way to meet us halfway. The content is good, but if there's a way they can, pay for production costs or something, or pay for something, let there be some kind of monetary value. But they also have their peculiarities because they are funded by, I don't know how you're even funded, but they are funded somehow. So finding that balance is where, and that's why I asked the question to the director at NTA is, what does NTA actually want in terms of content? And once we can answer that question, we'll be able to move forward realistically. We have kids who have one YouTube page, one camera, and they're doing $100,000 USD a month.
Yeah, because the content they have has found a platform to reach the audience.
Exactly.
And if that has happened, you now have the audience. You have the signals in people's homes, and they ignore you and be looking at the guy with the small camera.
So the advertisers, which is what someone mentioned, the advertisers is where it now comes in, where the spend, agencies and all whatnot, for traditional stations.
They will keep reducing it if the traditional people continue to prove that they are not ready for the audience they are looking for. Because if they are,
thank you very much, by the way.
Thank you, Oscar. If you sell, I have done some math. If you sell the entire airtime you have, you cannot still run your station successfully. If you sell every block and sell all and take the money you have put in your rate card, I'm sure the station will not still survive. But if you add value to the airtime and you take Generations at a time in South Africa was charging $12,000 for a 30 seconds ad. $12,000 for that was value built over the years of consistency of that content. It's established its audience, and people pay $12,000. And then SABC was commissioning program sometimes for $3,000 per minute. Per minute, if it's a 26 minutes times $3,000. I have all their pitching documents. So what is happening to us is that just like we need early gratification, we are very used to early gratification in this part of the world, the capacity to drive the broadcast to where it has value, it seems to be missing. And this is why we do it and still come back to. So we created, since it's difficult to find the money to do the content, you can invest in building 8 o'clock to 9. Invest. Build 8 to 9 as a station. And then barter that content for more. That way you get more content with your 8 o'clock. With just 1 hour of good content every day. And if you look at, when I went to, we went to Film Market, telenovela people came. You know, I was one of the biggest importers of telenovelas to Nigeria. I brought Second Chance. I brought Gardener's Daughter. I brought No One But You. I brought Lorenzo's Wife. I brought a lot of series. But when I buy from them, I ask them in the market, because I also went with my own. I say, please, can you take this to Venezuela or Colombia? They say they have too much. They don't have space. I look at them. You have too much and I'm the one buying from you. Now, these telenovela companies, some of them have broadcast facilities that after they have produced, used, they move it to their content sales department. And they dub to several languages. And they spend $1 million, $2 million to produce one series. And they make more than $15 million over 5-6 years of international dubbing, localization to different languages. And for Second Chance, for example, as at the time I bought it, I spent $104,000 for Nigeria alone. So if it does that in 10 territories, $1 million is in already for other languages. So, but we don't seem to think that, okay, if we invest appropriately, we can actually resell this internationally. So the broadcasters, you have the platform. This early, okay, let's just sell the airtime. Oh, this guy is doing funeral. Just come, pay 30 minutes. I'll show it. The other guy is doing this. All of that, we need to find a way to say, okay, Benway, can you be strong at 8 o'clock? What you have there, you can resell. The other person can be strong at 7, 6, 5, children's program. And then we can build an ecosystem where we can improve our exchanges. Yes. Please, immediately after this, we will have 15 to 30 minutes to look at IBS TV's offering for broadcasters and our industry. We have Mr. Deremi Ogunpito back in the house. You're welcome, sir. You've been traveling, so you are very tired.
Yes. I just wanted to comment on what my friend Oscar here said and share an experience. So we are an NGO, and just as he said, we have funders, but we have a strategy, because we know that how the NGO world works, once the funding stops, the NGO is gone. So our strategy is we need to start to monetize our content. But when I came on board, I told them that, look, we have to be strategic about this. We have to start building brand visibility first, which in the parlance of TV stations will be eyeballs. We need to let people know about our content before we can even start thinking about monetizing it. There was an issue, thank God my friend from StarTimes was here. A colleague of mine in Kenya, in our Kenya office, was talking to StarTimes, trying to sell our content. And the conversation was going on the international level. When I came in, I got in touch with StarTimes Nigeria, and I was advocating to give them some of our content for free. And over there, he was coming to me like, I'm trying to sell this, you're giving it for free. I was like, look, now is not the time to sell. This is the time to build alliances and let people know about our content. When our content become popular, these guys will even come for us and they will come to pay money to get it. But you're not popular yet because you need to build. So for TV stations, I would say when you see quality content, sometimes you try to build the eyeballs, let people watch your content. For example, now we have a problem of audience data in Nigeria. We don't even know, a TV station doesn't even know how much eyeballs they have. And that's a problem with that's why advertisers are going to social media, because there you can track. You have the data to know how many views, click per views, and all those kind of languages. But in TV stations, it's more difficult to get. The data we are getting in Nigeria, is neither here nor there. So advertisers are not even confident enough. Sometimes they say, okay, how many people watch your station, and you can't really give scientific data to prove this. So I think there's a period of building your brand and let people know about the quality time blocks that you have. Then over time you benefit from it.
All right, we have an intervention from Mr. Ogukbiton at the back. Yes.
Thank you. I've come in at the latter part of this discussion. I'm a very... I like to say things that are not popular. I like to say things that are not popular because most of the time we are talking about what is important, and at times we're leaving the substance behind. And I think he has raised one of the issues that is very important, which is audience measurement. The federal government disbursed about $2.8 million to a company to set up the audience measurement with, I think, is it APCON or Advertisers Practice? I think they've changed their name. Yeah. And that money was disbursed more than 1.5 years ago to set up audience measurement. The audience measurement was meant to be established to provide the metrics that are required for advertisers to justify their investment. The other question which we need to ask ourselves is that most broadcasters here are meant to have not a regional reach, but a national reach, which was meant to have been provided by the digital switchover, which has been going on now for more than 15 years, and billions of dollars have been spent. And all we have are the stories of various states have come online, but yet we have not felt the impact, and the broadcasters have not felt the impact. Now, those are two critical things that are required for us to drive the thrust for what we are talking about today. Because what it means is that it liberalizes and it creates an equal platform for everybody. And that's why you will see some very, very powerful forces who already have that kind of reach across Nigeria without the digital platform will tell you that they're for it, but behind it, they're fighting against it. The second thing I want to say is this, is that there's some facts that we need to deal with. Irrefutable facts. That today, Nigeria and the rest of Africa is a mobile-first platform. You can't change it. 80% of the target audience and the viewers we're looking at are on their mobile phones. They're consuming their content on their phones. So, as we talk about content and connecting Africa and these very, very important issues, the questions I want to ask is that how many broadcasters here have, online platforms where they are also able to push the content which they create? Because what it does is that when you have all those kind of extra platforms, especially those ones that are measurable, it makes it more appealing to advertisers. And you can say to them, well, look, sure, I have this program, it's good, it's on there, but guess what? I can also get you viewers on TikTok, I can get you viewers on Facebook, I can get you viewers here, and guess what? I have my own YouTube channel and everything. So we need to as we talk about bartering and sharing programs and sharing program ideas and exchanging program ideas, we also need to look beyond just that and look at how we can deliver the content we have on various platforms in different interpretations, even if it's multi-purpose in it, so that we can reach a bigger audience. Those are just my observations.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Oscar, I want to, before Oscar, anybody else? So that, let me, Oscar, just before just finish your thoughts, then we can come to Star Times, and then Uzo will speak.
Yeah, I'll just make this very quick. One of the reasons, thank you very much for that, sir. That was very apt.
It's a masterclass.
It's a real masterclass. One of the things I love about my current journey with Rapid Broadcaster Network is that it's forcing me to unlearn a lot of things. I'll give an example very quickly. God bless his soul, Chaz B. He was the host of Sharing Life Issues. For those who know Sharing Life Issues, it was a very popular program. And I know very well that the year he started it, there was a resistance. Dan Foster was head of programs. We were in a meeting. God bless his soul as well. And Chaz B was very adamant about creating a 1-hour program where people can talk and express themselves. And that was the time of rhythm, when the mantra was more music, less talk. Long and short, it happened. 7 to 8 p.m., MTN came on board, 13 million naira. That paid the salary for the year for staff. To buttress your point about good content, the advertisers will come. We now live in a world where the same content has a different expression on TikTok, on Facebook, on Instagram, etc. The mandate now for my team, I just got someone in the web team, and the idea is to consolidate on our web team, because people will come to your terrestrial or traditional for credibility, and they'll go to your online for virality, if there's such a word. So you can have the best of both worlds. There's some content that if we take it from social media to terrestrial, it will have a different spin. And if you position it well, the money will come. And there's some content where if you chop it up from terrestrial and have TikTok 2 to 3 minutes, it goes viral. Look, at the end of the day, I've realized that every station is known for usually 1 or 2 major programs, not the 24 hours. You get, when you think of channels, you think of Politics Today. When you think of which other station is there? Arise, you think of what?
The morning show.
The morning. So usually there's a 4-hour belt that every station is known for, radio and TV. Anyone who is managing an organization or a media house now has to put on the cap of an independent producer, an entrepreneur, a marketer, a content producer as well. So kind of my own personal journey has taken me through all of this. So I appreciate the credibility in all the arguments. And multiple truths can exist at the same time. There's no one solution to this. The idea is to have many solutions, so you have many streams of income and you can survive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we hear from, is it Babajide? Badmos, yeah, please, from Star Times.
Hello. Yeah, talking about the model of business for broadcast company, the barter arrangements are on practical, on book it may work, but in reality it won't fly. I can tell you from experience.
So tell me exactly why you think I can't exchange programs successfully with a TV channel in Ghana. I have done it before. I gave example of my relationship with Tajuddin Adekbetu, and I was taking Sound City from him. For every 2 hours of Sound City he gave me, I gave him a 1 hour of my drama series, and we did that for a long. And I put that in the morning belt. We put that in the morning belt on Ghana National TV before it moved on to our own TV channel. So it worked between me and Tajuddin, independent producers. So tell me why you think this your barter it won't work.
This is what I'm saying. I'm not saying that it should be ignored completely, but I'm saying that you can't focus on it 100% and get your channel on or your station on. It's not realistic, sir. Let me give you a practical example. This Mr. Obongo, we started chatting this year. We've never seen ourselves until today. You understand?
So content battle brought you together. A content connect has connected you physically. That's good.
So when I knew that I was going to run his content on my movie channels, not only the kiddie channels, movie channels, so that I can get a lot of viewers, you understand? Then, and I said my advert department, I said, go out. Tell them we're going to run this on Kiddie's channel. Then for every advert we run on Kiddie channel, free, we're going to give it free on movie channels. That was the strategies. Which means they have like, if they run a spot on Kiddie channel, they have like 3 extra spots on movie channel. That was the strategy. We did a lot of promotion, did marketing, everything you have to do. Till today, I didn't get a single advert. And it was run for over 6 weeks. In fact, he was furious at me that why will I stop it? It just meant for, on my movie channel rather, that why will I stop his program? I said, no, these channels are just movie channel. I just feel like this is holiday period and the content are good. So that was the reason I used them here. Do you understand?
Were you able to determine viewership even
Yes.
though you didn't get advertised?
So I was going to come to rating. See, the reason why government said we're going to digitalize the broadcast environment is this is one of the reasons. Because if you run ordinary terrestrial, I want to watch terrestrial, all I need is just to buy a TV and put it on my shelf or my table. Pian, I on it, then I see maybe LTV or MITV. You understand? There's no device. But by the time we digitalize things, you will have to buy a decoder to connect to that TV. Now, that decoder is a software can be installed on that or a chip. So through that, I can run, maybe at 3 o'clock, I can run a particular stuff to say app and say, okay, go and get me the number of people that are watching at this hour. At prime time, 7 p.m., or go out, go and find, through that, you can get data. So, and that is where we are getting rating for.
Are you able to do that now with StarTimes?
We do that if you have a channel on StarTimes. Yeah. Every week, I will give you log of total number of people that are watching your channel. Not only your channel, each content, you get that.
That's good.
So once one federal government is successful in digitalizing broadcast, forget about rating. That is a simple thing, just technology. You understand? But the tech has to come with something. You have to pay for it. That is why most of these pay TV you have to subscribe. So, and when you subscribe, when you subscribe, and the price of subscription goes up, we complain. DSTV does that. StarTimes does that. So, for us to enjoy all of this beauty or whatever that comes with digitization, we have to pay more. We must be ready for that. But let me now go back to content, sir. The Nigerian market is quite different, and our thinking is quite different from other people's thinking. We must admit that. I used to tell my Chinese people, they used to compare, why is it that this thing work in Tanzania? Why is it that this thing work in Ghana? Why is it in Kenya? Why am I spending this? I used to tell them that Nigerians, and average Nigerians, we run our life like an average American. You understand? Nigerians want the premium. Give them the best. They don't want to manage. You understand? That is the price we are paying for in broadcast. So, where am I going in essence? If you have a channel, for instance now on StarTimes, I was discussing with lawyer Ajibade. You have a channel, for instance, on StarTimes. You have to pay me. You have to pay StarTimes for coming on our platform. And why are you paying? Because
that's the same with selling of airtime that the terrestrial TVs did for a long time.
Yes, because if you come on my platform, I have to give you a space on my satellite space, which I am paying for. So that space is what we are paying for. Now, let's now narrow it down. You have paid for that space, a certain amount, maybe in dollar, which you have converted to naira, million, right? Now, how do you now run your channel so that you can sustain that channel? Advertisers are not coming. You have content. there are a million times I've seen a lot of good content that myself, I'll say, go to this advertiser. The guy will say, oh, I have written this, I have written. Nothing will come in 6 months, 1 year, sir.
But you know, whoever put a channel or his content on Star Times is limited to the subscriber base straight. So no matter how he tries, more people might not be able to see it beyond subscribers and an active subscriber, those whose subscription are active. And if your channel, my subscription goes off, I'm not going to watch that channel no matter how I try. There will be no alternative. So don't you think this is limiting all those who are doing business with you too?
Yeah, sir. Do you know that channels that are on paid TV are even getting more adverts than terrestrial? Because advertiser will tell you, if you are free to air, they will tell you, where is the data? How do I know the number of people that are watching you? But if you are on Star Times or GoTV or DSTV, they can say, oh, this particular time, this is the number of people that is watching. So by that, advertisers are very ready to commit. But how much are they now ready to commit? How many number of slots are they ready to give you per day? That's
another matter. Thank you. Thank you very much, Badmos from Star Times. You know, if you drive the conversation that way, we will go on and on. We have come to a consensus that content is power in every broadcast platform. What we are here to look at is how we can get more of those contents at less cost or at no cost. This is the conversation. If you are a content maker, how do you partner with stations more effectively to benefit from your production, and also the broadcaster will benefit? If the benefit is not mutual, the relationship will end. So this is the conversation. Uzo spoke to us about Cast TV with all his awesome offering. It's also good that when we go to the Bata village, we should explore the possibilities with him. What is Cast TV all about? What are they offering? How are they useful to my radio station? How will they monetize Kwara Radio and make Kwara Radio available in Israel, that somebody from Kwara State will have that bias and say, I'm looking for Kwara TV. First time in my office, many years ago in Accra, Ghana. It was a December period. I just tuned the TV in my office and I saw Delta TV, a free-to-air TV. I was wondering how. And so a technology man said it was Hamatan and something is happening and the waves travel far. I don't understand how I was able to see Delta TV in Accra. And it was just a normal terrestrial analog broadcast, not through any platform. And so you see the joy I felt when I saw a channel that I know is from a place I'm from. And I saw the news talking about my locality. You know, it means if Kwara Radio can travel far, there's a Kwara indigene who is in China. So, Uzo, what are you going to say to us? We are talking about good content. We have it now. What solutions do you have for us?
Thank you very much. I will make this brief, as my friend Mr. Oscar says. It is simple. Whatever we have, we designed. Whatever equipment we have, are using in Kenya, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, South Africa, and now to be set up in Nigeria here, is geared towards digital rights management. It's geared towards providing the matrix to collect the database of who is watching, from where, and from what device. Cast TV is not just about mobile delivery of content. We are going to subscription-based video, and we're going into linear broadcasting. Our IPTV set-top box can actually make you browse on your television. That means you can have access to every social media platform in the world on that TV.
Thank you very much. Uzo, you can discuss in detail with Uzo when we go to the Bata village. We have 5 minutes more to go. in this session, and then we take 15 minutes of IBS TV. Then we go to the Bata Village. The names of those who are qualified to go to the Bata Village, to go over there. Because what we are doing, we are creating an idea. Today, we will just go over there and have a conversation. I have business to do with some of the delegates already, and I'd like to do it there. I'd like to also ask a question. How can we, because now when we talk content, some TV channel told me, even the preacher is a content. I say, yes, he has followers. So, but there are content that will not, attract commercial revenue. I don't know why they are not using them. They're not advertising around them. But what I believe is that TV stations must be innovative today and tomorrow to survive the content chase and retention. Content is king. It should not just be a slogan. After this conference, we're going to come up with the platform, and everybody who has come, who has registered to attend, will have access for the next 1 year. It's a yearly access, and you have all the content. Those who want to exchange will be exchanging, because we keep talking, we keep asking everyone to come on board, so you can have access to content. You must be creative, innovative in the way you look for content. And then when you're also making content, make your content local but have a global appeal, something that you make at home, but somebody watches in Nigeria, in Ghana, they'll feel good, in Tanzania, they'll feel good and feel comfortable with it. Is there any other thing, anyone else with an opinion, so that I can usher in Mr. Aderemi Ogunpiton? Thereafter, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, then we'll move to the Bata Village. If there's no other intervention, I'd like to thank you all for participating in this workshop. We hope we've learned one or two things, and we on the other side, we have also gathered the information we need to be able to make this platform very user-friendly and affordable, and very, very, effective to improve our business in the overall. Thank you very much. Can I have the pleasure of inviting the Managing Director of IBST Limited, a veteran in our industry, who was producer of the early, I think you are the creator of Teen Cell. And Doctor's Quarter. He produced Doctor's Quarters and a lot. I think the early Big Brother series, you captured the images. Pleasure to have you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. So 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to be very quick anyway. Can we go to the first slide, please? Okay. Good afternoon. I'm going to be very, very quick. What I just want to do, I know we've been talking about content, we've been talking about broadcasting. I just want to help you understand and give an overview of what is happening with broadcasting and technology, and how it's going to impact what you do, how you do it, and how you relate, create your content, communicate with your audience, and also be able to distribute on multi-platforms. We represent a company here in Nigeria called LiveView. Presently, LiveView is being used by all the major news networks except NTA. NTA is using TVU, but LiveView is being used by channels, by TVC, by News Central, and then we also have a lot of customers that are using it all over Africa. Basically what it is a technology that enables you to produce and create content wherever you may be, and to transmit that content live to the studio without any internet and without any satellite facilities. LiveView technology uses something which we call LRT bonded cellular services, which means that you have a small device, and then that device, you can connect an HDMI camera, SDI camera, whatever you want to connect to it, and it works with SIM cards. You basically put in 8 SIM cards into the unit from different networks. So you could have in that unit 3 SIM cards from MTN, 2 from Airtel, 3 from Glo. And what it does, it brings all that data that is on those SIM cards, it brings them all together, no matter which network, and you are able to use it to transmit live to your studio. The other thing that we also provide is something which we call a live view matrix. What the live view matrix is simple. Is that, let me describe how TVC uses it. TVC has 12 of our units, and each of our units are based in different parts of Nigeria. Port Harcourt, Kano, Maiduguri, wherever you want to. What Live Matrix does is that kind of thing that you see on CNN and on BBC, where you can communicate with your reporters and your correspondents in real time. So you could be in your news studio, or you could be in a presentation studio, and you could automatically talk to anybody that you wanted to talk to, wherever they might be in Nigeria, live, and with low latency. And what we mean by low latency is that, those situations where you see the presenter says, John, are you there? And you're waiting for 2 or 3 seconds. The latency that we have on our systems is 1 second. So once they talk to the person, wherever they may be, anywhere in the world, I'm talking about Nigeria, but it could be anywhere in the world, they will be able to communicate with them. Now, what is interesting is this, is that I'm giving you now the perspective of how they use it in the newsroom. For production, our systems are being used for live sports, for instance. So, for instance, during the last table tennis, continental table tennis tournament in Nigeria, which was held at, all the units that were being used to cover that was, they're making so much noise. Is there a way we can ask them to just keep it down? So we use that for that event. The other thing that we offer is something called remote production. It's called REMI. It's not named after me. My name is Remy, but it's called remote production. So basically, what it means is that with REMI, we have basically made OB vans obsolete. Okay? You know what it takes to put an OB van on the road? You put the OB van on the road, you're going to put fuel, you're going to expose your team to the dangers on the road. When they get there, you're going to have to give them accommodation. Previously, you'd have to have a satellite link or a microwave link, and the money and the budget that you need to actually build an OB van is quite exorbitant. With our LU800 units, these are units that take 4 cameras and can be cascaded. So you can go from 4 to 8 cameras. Basically, what you do is that you get on the road with 2 of those units, your cameramen, and that's all. When your cameramen get to the location, they plug their cameras into the unit, they take up their positions, they put on their headphones, and guess what? You can be doing the production. Like, for instance, if you wanted to, we've done it recently, you could send a team of 8 cameramen to Abuja. Just 8 cameramen with the units. And with remote production, you'll be sitting in your studio here in Lagos, in your control room, And you will be communicating with each of those cameramen, telling them what to do, what shots to take. They will do everything, and you'll be recording it live, and you could be transmitting live to your viewers. And with the Live View Matrix, you could actually distribute it to as many partners as you wanted to distribute it to, or if you wanted to sell it to your partners that are abroad, Live View Matrix will do that for you. Now, these things are just to give you an idea of the kinds of solutions that we have. But we've gone further than that. And this is where I actually feel is becoming very, very, very interesting. We recently launched in Holland during the recent IBC something called Video Clip AI. Now, what Video Clip AI does is it multi-purposes your existing content for different platforms. So if you have a drama series or a film or a podcast or a musical, and we understand how our young people are consuming content. Our young people are consuming content as snacks. They are consuming our content as snacks. That is why in the last 3 years, vertical video, which you can just watch on your phone like in this format, is now globally a $25 billion economy. $25 billion in under 3 years. Now, what it does is that you can take a 90-minute movie and put it into our Clip AI software. And then you can prompt it. You can say, this is a 90-minute film. I want to convert this 90-minute film into 12 episodes of 3 minutes. You tell it that. Then in each of the clips, I want to have an element of drama. I want to have some humor, some suspense. I want it to be in a linear format, so it follows the story. At the end of each 3-minute clip, I want you to put a cliffhanger so that they want to watch the next episode. You prompt it, 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 and then you press boom. And it will generate all those episodes for you of 3 minutes that you can use on TikTok, on your online platform, on YouTube Shorts. It will convert them for you in 9:16, in Square. It will do all of that for you. Then it will now give you the metadata and the synopsis. It will tell you that this particular clip, John meets Mary, and when John met Mary, this is what happened. Daddy. It will do all of that for you. Then you will tell it that, I like it. You know what? Do some graphics for me to make it look interesting. Make sure you do the graphics that is going to fit each social media platform. It will do it for you. And then when you have done that, and you start to look at the clips, you'll say, okay, I want these clips to be able to attract people so that I can drive them to where they can buy products that they're seeing in the clip. So in each clip, it will tell you, okay, this lady is wearing a beautiful dress. This is this product there. This is this product there. And then it will, if you have engaged on the back end with one of the online companies like Temu or Jumia or any of those, or Konga or anything, it will tell you that it will create a clip and a link for you that if you like this dress, this is where you can buy it. And then you will go there, you will shop and you will buy it, and you will be able to share the revenue with the online shop because you are the one that directed the customer there. The back end is quite interesting because at every level it allows you to make money. Then if I have a cup on the table, it can say, this cup, you know what? I can brand this cup Coca-Cola. And it will automatically brand that cup Coca-Cola. And that becomes an advertising opportunity and a branding opportunity for Coke. So these are the kind of tools that are being used today to create content, to spread the capacity of broadcasters to be able to generate revenues. They're not cheap. We're building a platform presently now for MTN, but then there are bespoke bespoke platforms and bespoke software. So even though I'm here telling you about LiveView, you can be sure that if you do your research well, you will find that there are 15, 20 other solutions that are off the shelf, and you can pay for it on a monthly basis rather than building a whole platform. So I'm not going to tell you that we're the only people that have it. We're not. Everybody is out there. Everybody is struggling. Everybody is trying to make a difference. Everybody is looking for customers, and everybody is looking at how they can achieve something. Now, there are a lot of dangers and lots of opportunities. And I want to end on this in terms of something that we're doing right now. In fact, as we're talking right now, they are working on the production. There is a client who has just sold their company to a Chinese company. And this particular Nigerian company has been here since 1958. And they have gone through various identity changes, various sales and resales to new shareholders, and they have a presence all over Nigeria. And in the east, they're known as a different name. In the south, they're known as a different name. In the west, they're known as a different name. So they want to do a 60-second TV commercial which shows the genesis of the business over the years, how they have grown and have been part of the development of Nigeria, how they have contributed to Nigeria, and what the future holds. And they want the commercial to take us from when they first started here in Nigeria, from independence, all the various things, archival footage, all of that. And so we looked at it and we said, wow, how are we going to do this? And we started working on it. I can tell you that today, that commercial will be finished on Monday morning. And when we put it on air, you will look at it and you wonder where we got the stock footage from. Everything, 90% of that TV commercial was created with AI, with just prompts. Show me, give me nostalgic image in black and white with 1960 look of the Independence Day ceremony of Nigeria, with Tafawa Balewa, Princess Margaret, with soldiers and in the background, with the Nigerian flag being raised, with people clapping and shouting, with the driver coming in with the vehicle, with the and you just put it in there. And you created it. So we need to understand what is happening with content. We're talking about barter. It's very, very important. We need to see how we can make it work. At the same time, let's not lose sight of the various things that are happening around us in our industry, how they're going to impact what we're doing, how it's going to impact the traditional markets, the traditional ways of doing business. How can we use the new knowledge, unlearn, relearn, and then adapt it to what is going to happen and what is happening and what will happen into the future, projecting into the future. So these are just some of the things that I would just like to share with you, and I hope that it's going to be useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ogukbito, for your very rich, well of knowledge in this field. All right. we wanted to go for the Bata Village, but because of the way the program has gone, our special guest of honor has changed into the mood for the business. So get ready. Focus on Bauchi this evening. Any content we must exhaust him with content from Lagos. Now we want to move quickly to the panel session for radio. I'd like to quickly, just a minute, my phone is off so that I want to get the list of the panel members. Can you help me? Can you give me the list of the panel members? Get your phone for me. My phone is off. That's why hard copies have always been very reliable. Thank you very much. All right, so let's invite to join us for this conversation about radio content. Adedoja Allen, Mrs. Managing Director, City FM. Is she in the house now? She has been involved in a program on the other side of the hall. Okay, all right. So the moderator is Mrs. Awa Halimi from Kwara Radio. Put your hands together for her. Also in this panel is Bemileke Oscar Oyeson, CEO, Rapid Broadcasting Network. To join them in this panel is Mr. Ibrahim Yakubu Pam, Managing Director, AMAC Broadcasting Abuja. Right. That's all. Who is it? Okay. Let me. What's the name? Okay, Oluwakemi. Miss Oluwakemi representing Adedoja Allen from City FM. Ladies and gentlemen, for a long time, I'd like to now quickly invite Mr. Umar Mohammed from Bauchi Radio Corporation, Managing Director of Bauchi Radio Corporation. You are welcome, sirs. It's time for me to learn how we can effectively move programming from radio to radio, how can formats travel across Africa, across Nigeria. I'd like to quickly hand over the time to Mrs. Hawa Alimi. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your panelists. Put your hands together for them.
Good evening, everyone.
So it's a panel for 30 minutes.
Welcome to today's panel. Our discussion shall be on radio content format exchange between African radio broadcasters and Radio France International. I am Hawa Halimi Makama, the head features and outside broadcast unit of Radio Kwara, standing in for my general manager, Alhaji Kayode Aremu. This evening, I have a crop of professionals seated here, and they will be doing justice to the topic. I know it will be an interactive one and a very interesting one. You will learn a lot this evening because I know they are ready to give you what they have. So with me here are Mrs. Oluwakemi Opeyemi from City FM. I have Mr. Bemileke Oscar from Rapid Broadcasting Network, Mr. Ibrahim Yakub Pam, MD, Aman Broadcasting, and also Mr. Umar Mohammed from Bauchi Radio Corporation. They have a set of rules for this panel. I will be asking a question, and everybody is expected to answer the question. So when I ask the question, you should listen attentively so that when it's your time, you just respond promptly. And you have 2 minutes to give your submission on each question. So let's start from Bauchi State. Sir, can you briefly introduce your radio station and share your experience in content creation and broadcasting in Africa?
So, thank you. Bauchi Radio Corporation is one of the famous in the northern Nigeria, established in 1977, soon after the creation of the state in 1976. Since then, that radio station has remained one of the prominent in the northern part of the country due to its rich content creation and also as a training ground, because Bauchi Radio Corporation has made a name for producing prominent broadcasters within and even outside the country. So that is brief about it. And the station today is also one of the largest when it comes to state-owned, because as my commissioner rightly pointed out in the morning, that station now has 13 outlets under its operations. And I don't think there is any state radio with that kind of largest channels. So I'm happy to inform you today, all these 13 channels are operational. And they have become a source of pride to the communities at the grassroots, because we nicknamed them grassroots radio FM stations. So the stations are fully on ground, and they are doing a lot of work, particularly by empowering the rural communities in the areas of education, health, agriculture, skills acquisition, peace building, and so on and so forth. So that is briefly about the station. And when it comes to content, our policy, in-house policy in Bauchi Radio Corporation has always been mindful of the fact that we are public-owned. So the issue of money, the issue of commercializations is downplayed, despite the challenges that we need to spend money to come out with content. But what we pay attention to is how do we satisfy the needs of our audience. So far, so good. We have been paying attention to the cultural diversity of the state, and we are very committed in ensuring that all that we'll do will give room for inclusivity. So the people are having kind of participation. They are very much engaged when it comes to program production in whatever respect. So that is, in a nutshell, the disposition of the station presently.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Over now to Mr. Oscar.
Thank you very much for having me. Rapid Broadcasting Network, RBN, are the operators of Rapid TV, Star Times 176, and Rapid FM, Omahia 96.5. We are the sound of your city, and we are the only 24-hour radio station in Abia State. You thought I was going to say Nigeria. So we localize our content to focus, of course, in the environment, and we also have a secondary mandate to be the voice in the East. As you all know, media in the East is not as popular as business in the East. A lot of the media organizations that are owned belong maybe to the West, to the North, but not so prominent in the East. Osisor Radio is also another name that we coined, which basically means the sound of your city for the locality. And our content has been geared towards speaking to that demographic of the localities and the local people, and also giving them a platform. 70% of people in Africa, predominantly give or take, still access radio. You know, they still listen to radio. So we know that there's still a market there, and the content we provide is geared to being niche, so that we have a specific audience that we appeal to. So I think I'll just stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Opayemi.
Thank you for having me. So City FM is one of the prominent radio stations in Lagos. I want to believe that everyone knows City FM. And City FM being just one station in Lagos, in the whole of Nigeria, we are doing very well in this economy. I mean, we have other radio stations that have like 2 or 3 other stations. One is in Edo State, but City FM is just in Lagos State, and we are doing exceedingly well. And our contents are entertainment. We jet towards the young ones. We want to appeal to the younger generations, the Gen Zs, and probably the upcoming Gen A. So we are doing this content just to remain consistent, just to remain visible in the radio world.
Thank you. Over now to Mr. Pam.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. AMAC Broadcasting Service Limited, as the name implies, AMAC is an acronym for Abuja Municipal Area Council. It is the area council, or if you like, the local governments, the first local governments to establish a community radio station. We have 2 stations, 2 radio stations and 1 online television. The first radio station we established in the year 2017 is called the AMAC Community Radio, 88.5 in Karshi community. Karshi is a satellite community in Abuja. Abuja being the nation's capital, we understand very well that we have this niche to be able to reach out to particularly the rural communities, to enlighten them, to sensitize them about government programs and activities, so as to be able to inspire them, and then to get them, to support government activities, and then to also report their activities to the government so that, attention can be drawn to their plight, especially in the areas of development. 2 years ago, we established a commercial radio station, which is called Municipal FM 95.3, which is far away from the community radio. The essence is to be able to reach out to a wider demographics of the citizenry in FCT with various programs on, information, to be able to also give them education and entertain them. And basically, it still falls within the purview of reaching out to, communities that are basically seen as being neglected by the stations in the urban areas. So our niche is to be able to reach out to some of these indigenous communities. It might interest some of you to know that when they say Abuja, Abuja is not the urban communities per se. The rural communities, the population we have in the rural communities is much more than that of the urban communities. And so most of the stations within the urban communities have neglected the rural communities. And that is the reason why, as a local government, the local government that hosts the seat of power, the whole local government that hosts the diplomatic community, the local government that also plays host to the political top echelon in this country. So we feel there's need for us to be able to reach out to some of these indigenous communities so as to be able to enlighten them about the activities of government and then to attract development to them. So basically, that is what AMAC Broadcasting Service stands for. And we also have an online TV station which is called Municipal Television. And very soon we intend to metamorphose into a terrestrial TV station. So basically, that is what AMAC Broadcasting Service is all about. Thank you.
Everybody is busy telling us about their radio stations. Okay, we also have 3 radio stations under Radio Kwara. We have 3 FM stations. We have Milan FM. We have Kakaki, which is a musical station. Then we have another radio station for Kwara North. That is Northia FM. So now let's go to the issue of the exchange of content. We all know that content is what sells a broadcasting house, and it is the advert that sustains it. So talking about the issue of African broadcasters exchanging content with Radio France International, what do you have to say on this? Since you still have the mic, Mr. Pam, let's hear from you.
Radio France International is an organization that is Francophone based, which means their philosophy, their ideas and what they try to generate is to promote, the Francophone philosophy or the Francophone ideology. Nigeria is British based, or a kind of British colonized country. And so the kind of contents that we can also develop to be able to have a kind of, barter between, a station like ours in Nigeria and that of RFI will have to reflect the basic ideology. What do we intend to project as a station? Now, we don't just send any content to Radio France International without looking at what is the ideology of that organization. Does it tally with our own philosophy in the first instance? So we look at it holistically, and then we look at the kind of local contents that we'll be able to sell or to be able to reach out to them, and then look at their own content that aligns with our own philosophy. Otherwise, whichever content we're going to exchange with them, if it does not align with our philosophy, it will be needless. Unless if we have to sit down with them and then to look at what are the areas of intervention that we'll need to probably have some programs we can produce locally that will serve the purpose of that other organization. Likewise, if they have any program that aligns with ours, then we can now look at how we can exchange these contents together.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Okpeyemi.
So what I understand about sharing content with the RFI, if I'm correct, is I feel like it's going to be a bit difficult based on the content that we do here. They are quite local-based content, and it's not. I'm not really certain that people from the French country will really understand our type of content here, and we are going to have some barriers, maybe like the regulations over there as well. Like we have our embassy here. Over there, they might have their other codes of conduct that we cannot align with, if I'm correct. But we can also look at things that we can do together, whereas like syndicated programs, whereby we can look at what RFI, Radio France International, is doing, and we can follow their formats just to be able to attain, to be able to make standard content like theirs. And we can also co-produce, whereby we come together and create a local and French international programs, whereby we do possibly partnerships, if possible. Then I think that's the only way that we can, and also trainings, definitely. RFI can come in and want to maybe train some of our local presenters here, so that we can make a standard production for our local stations here.
Thank you. Mr. Oscar.
So I'll just tie it basically to what we stand for at RBN. Our mantra is rooted in truth, driven by impact. That's what we live by for radio and TV, which basically talks about our content. So the impact part is probably where I want to lean more. I had the privilege of meeting Aprofia. I hope I got that right. She's Profa. Sorry. So it was a tongue twister. Still is. She's a distribution and development manager. And during the conversation I had with her, the interest was leaning more to selling the content they had, rather than exchange, even though she was open to that. But what I could sense is that they already have a very clear path as to what it is that they want to put out there. if we flip the script, I think the only thing that the French will take from us for free is Fela's music. They love they love Fela's music in France, European countries. But jokes apart, on a more serious note, what I would want to push back on, which is to piggyback on what Nike, right? Kemi, sorry, on what Kemi said, is to find common grounds. With every nation, there's always a cultural denominator that is common to both. I honestly believe, in my little experience, that we have a better chance of exchanging content with China than with France, because culturally we are very much aligned. And the Chinese will tell you that if they want to get content between Africa and the United States, they'll rather align with us because there's a lot we have in common. Our work ethic, our discipline, respect for elders, etc. So those are the kind of things I would look out for. Is it completely impossible? No. Is there an opportunity to export our culture? I'll say yes. For example, one of the shows we have at Rapid FM is Ayana Market, which is like the marketplace. I'm Yoruba by birth, so working with Rapid has exposed me a lot to the Eastern culture, nuances, and that's what makes my own journey even more interesting, because I don't know much. So I come with fresh eyes. And Ayana Market was built around commerce, which is very well known in the East, but also helping them to connect with their brothers and sisters across Nigeria. So marketplace, for example, would be a type of content. I would also explore podcasting, where you can take some of this content and expand on it so that you can relive the experience over and over again outside your terrestrial radio station. So I think I'll just stop there for now. Over to you, sir.
Over to you, sir.
All right, thank you. From us in Bauchi, the way we are seeing it, maybe it can be a little bit contrary to what others might have perceived. Because there are two fundamental things involved in it. Firstly, exchange between radio stations is not a new thing. I know Bauchi Radio Corporation for years, so we have this kind of program exchange with UN Radio from New York, which they produce content and share with us, basically on human rights, on women development, on health. Also, we had with BBC and VOA. Until the recent development with VOA, we have about 5 exchange programs that are being run, but from the Hausa service of the station. And then also the DW, also the Hausa service, the Hausa section of it, we are having this kind of arrangement with them. We have already entered into a written MOU recently. Before we had one, it expired. Now we are in the process of renewing, and we'll continue to run these programs. But the second issue, which I said 2 things are involved, is about the Nigerian policy. The NBC has a policy that we can't take up completely the content and play it here. We have to co-produce. So even if we collect, then we have to be involved in a kind of reproduction again, so that the voices of our staff, of producers and presenters, will also come into the program instead of copying it directly as a foreign material and then dump on your station. So with these 2 things, the arrangement with RFI, I think for them also we are in talk, even though we have not concluded yet. What we understand is that not necessarily going to far France to get the content. They have their own local station here in Lagos, which is a Hausa base, and part of the content that they are dishing out, substantially 70-80% is Nigerian content. So easily we can involve in it, we can partner, and we can also rebroadcast. So when you see it from that perspective, I can't say that completely that we have this very large or wide differences in terms of culture and whatever kind of similarities. Since the local stations based here in Lagos is operating in Nigeria, the staff mainly are Nigerians, and the issues that they treated mostly are Nigerian based. So you see, We have a lot of similarities. We have a lot of common ground, common interests that we can share and partner. So in that directives, I think our doors from us in Bauchi Radio Corporation is widely open, and there is a lot of possibilities for us to go into that partnership.
Now, since your doors are always open in Bauchi for partnership, you agree with me that broadcasting industry in Africa, we are facing a lot of challenges. Can you share with us some of the challenges you are facing?
Yes, fundamentally, you see, one, funding is an issue. 2, technology is an issue. 3, the energy cost, and also the capacity building. These are the 4 main issues that we are faced with. If you go down to break them into pieces, and you know, funding is the background of everything. For any success, for anything to succeed, to be successful, you need to have enough of resources. And even when it comes to the issue of this content creation that we have always been talking about, it's not something that is impossible. But the major challenge is about the funding. If we have the funds are available, we can hire, we can get involved into travels, we can also get the needed technological materials so that we can be able to produce and work within our largest dream. So the major issue is funding. And the technology, you know, basically in Africa we are faced with this. Recently our government is purchasing new transmitters for us in the station. If I tell you the money that this purchase is gulping the government, one will be shocked. For both BRC and BATV, the state radio and TV now, the government has spent over 2 billion naira, and yet the project is not over. So presently now it is in the process of going into variation also, so that additional money will be given to the contractor, so that we can be able to get the needed modern, sophisticated broadcast equipment that will support our work to go. This is not even talking about going fully digital. It is just the process of digitization, not fully digital. So you see the kind of challenges that we are facing. And I believe it's not only Bauchi or Nigeria, but the entire Africa that is a reflection of one thing or the other.
Mr. Oscar, is the financial situation applicable to your station?
Very much so. Maybe I might go and borrow money from Bauchi. We're a young outfit. Collectively, between the radio and TV, we're about 3 years. So it's been self-funded for now in terms of the board, and we are on a loan, so to speak. So we cover the basics, which is operations and salaries. However, there's an aggressive mandate to quickly, start being self-sufficient. That's the path that we're currently on right now. In fact, we have a media parley with MIPAN coming up very soon, where we're going to showcase our content. And the major strategy basically is to be niche in terms of the type of content we want to focus on primarily. The problems would never go, but some say that in the midst of problems also there's opportunity. So what I'm trying to do now is taking as much learnings and also be very innovative. The beauty of starting a new company or a new business, if you're an entrepreneur, that is somebody that has an entrepreneurial mindset within an organization, is that you look at things from maximizing them. So if you want to hire maybe an editor who can also present, who can also read news, for example. We have to keep the bar very low. And I believe there's also an opportunity for underdogs, where you might not be known as a brand, as a name, but if you move in certain rooms and push certain conversations, you'll be able to get low-hanging fruits that other big organizations will not touch because it's beneath them. But for you, you can buy internet or diesel for a week from that amount. So I think I'll just stop there for now. Thank you.
So you have the intention of multitasking your staff. Then you should be ready to pay them for the level of work they are doing.
So definitely, I've always been the school of thought of quality over quantity. So what has happened within my organization, and I think I'm going to write a paper or a thesis on it, because in Nigeria, setting up any business you have to have a very dynamic mind. And media in itself is an industry that traditionally doesn't pay well in the real sense of it compared to other professions, but it gives you a lot of opportunities, which if you leverage, you'll be able to. So case in point is City FM, where I used to work. Mrs. Allen was my boss. And when I joined them, they were number 22 or so in Lagos of stations. Where we were staying, where you're staying now is luxury. We were in a place beside Eleganza building. When you're coming to our station, you'll see a man and a woman frying akara and bread and egg. Nobody understood the physical presence of City FM. They didn't know what it looked like. But on the airwaves, they used to call us the Cool FM of the mainland. And we leveraged on that. And that's where the brand of the city, Sound of Your City came in, which I coined at the time to address and leverage on that opportunity that we had. And now City FM is what it is today. I'm very proud of everything that has been achieved. But that is a practical example of taking the opportunity. When I left the station 3 years later as the head of programs, we were number 5 in Lagos, and revenue had gone to about 200% from when I joined. And that was when I created the events department. I created the online digital. I'm talking about 8-9 years ago or so, give or take, or 10 years ago. So it was very novel at that time. And it's that same mindset I have here at Rapid, where I'm looking for the opportunities, the low-hanging fruits. And I always take care of my staff. You would never hear under my leadership that any staff was mistreated or done anyhow. You would never. Thank you.
Mrs. Oluwakemi, your take.
Okay, thank you for the hypes. And I'm also proud to say that we are still doing very well in the markets, even though there are lots of competitors now as regards compared to 8 years or 7 years ago, which is one of the challenges that we are now facing now, because advertisers now are sharing their budgets with different, let's say 60 other stations now. And aside radio stations, there are TV stations, there are billboards, online platforms. Definitely the world is going to a digital. We're having a digital world now, so the world, everything is happening online now, and these are the challenges. So the budgets coming into radio has been drastically reduced, which is causing lack of. Although, to be very honest, we've not had any reason not to pay salaries. We've not had any reason for not to be online or not to be active, because we do not only rely on getting content, but also payments, advertisements from agencies, from brands. So that's the way we've been able to maneuver these challenges of funding, basically.
I understand what you've been through. You know, Radio Kwara used to be the giant of Kwara State. No other radio station. At least we are about 46 years old currently. So about 5-7 years ago, radio stations started coming in one after the other. And you understand how? So I know where you are coming from. But at least we are still on top of the situation. So, Mr. Pam.
I'm laughing because I share almost the same plight with my brother, Oscar. We are basically a news station, and funding has always been the challenge. Funding to keep the station afloat, or the stations afloat. Now, the company is a limited liability company, and the local government is a major shareholder. There's a limit of shares that we enjoy from the local government, and it doesn't come very regularly. Then the other shareholders, of course, the politicians will always have their way into, such companies, since it belongs to the government. So I have basically been battling with this issue of funding. And good enough, the kind of equipment that I use are not the normal equipment that we're used to. We call them the future of radio, the IP tech. We don't. Our console is on screen, and everything is processor based, and so we have this new technology we're using on radio, but then funding has always been the challenge, to pay salaries, to take care of our overheads. I mean, we don't use generator, we don't use diesel. So all the equipment are powered by solar. It will surprise you also to know that I've not been on public means for the last 6 months or thereabout. So I run purely on solar system, you know. So these are some of the challenges, you know. We started transmission in December precisely last year. Yeah. So these are the basic challenges we're having now. Funding to run this station. And of course, we're also expected to generate revenue. You know, from the revenue now, you have to pay some percentage to government, you know, because you are expected as a revenue generating agency to pay some percentage and then take care of your overheads and stuff like that. So it's a big challenge for us.
It's a big challenge, but I know your solar will be working very well in Abuja.
Perfectly.
And if it's not working perfectly, you can tap some current from Gwagwalada. Because somebody once told me Gwagwalada to Jahannama is 30 naira. Yes, an Okada rider. I got to Gwagwalada. I was like, hi, this it. He said, well, lie, madam. Gwagwalada to Jahannama, 30 naira. Moving on to other issues now. We are talking about the challenges. How do you think Radio France International can come in to help out in this situation, Mr. Pam?
For me, if we're able to exchange the kind of content, you know, that, you know, appeals to both organizations. Take, for example, look at the issue of insecurity. There has been this widespread speculation that France, in a way, have a hand in this issue, whether we like it or not. If we're able to convince RFI, look, we can do programs that projects the French government in a positive light, particularly in the area of security. And then we run them on our station here as a way of, you know, exchanging our content. And then they also can have our own programs that talks about, you know, this issue of insecurity and how they have been helpful to the Nigerian government. I think it will go a long way. Besides capacity building that we can also explore, you know, between, you know, RFI and our local stations here.
Mrs. Oluwakemi, do you agree with this submission?
Yes and no. Because the first thing that I mentioned when you initially asked the question of the IFI and our local stations here, I disagreed completely because I believe that we share different cultures, and it's going to be it's going to be very tasky to exchange content because of we share different audience and that. But I mean, anything is possible. So should I go ahead and answer?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the ways that I think that RFI can come in is to probably they can sponsor some of our local programs that we do here. We can go either barter for barter, but I would propose, if I'm the one proposing, obviously I'm going to want them to pay for the sponsorship because that's the only way. You said how they can support us, so we need money for them to support us. Another thing is they can give our local presenters or people working in the radio trainings on how we can be better, on how they got to that level that they became global, so that we can also, they can help us train our presenters to get to that global level. And co-production is another thing. We can come together, our local stations here, the RFI, we can come together, produce content, local content and international content and by doing this, we are appealing to both the local audience and the international audience.
I know Mr. Oscar. He might not agree with every other thing, but when it comes to the issue of paying, oh yeah, now.
So my stand is a bit controversial. If you've been following the story in the U.S. With the Jimmy Kimmel and the censorship and the government, you realize that there's an illusion of free speech. There's an illusion of power. One of the things I learned very early during my school days was what they call the agenda setting theory. And that basically postulates that with every transmission, with every broadcast, with every message that goes out to a certain number of people, there's a particular action that is required to happen. Example is Adolf Hitler. He used the agenda setting theory to brainwash the minds of people to believe that Jews were scum. That's just an example. And he just kept pushing it in the media, always, every day, to a point where you start to believe. If you hear a lie long enough and often enough, you might start believing it's the truth. So when I look at RFI, I see an organization that has a particular agenda in terms of what they want to put out there, mostly exporting their values, their culture. The question is, are we just going to receive it? Number two is, I think the government just came from China, where they said Mandarin is now mandatory. They want to put it into the curriculum. And automatically what came to my mind was, are they putting Yoruba in their curriculum? You know, okay, it is? In China. Yeah. So that's the way I reason. So because of that line of reasoning, I'm a staunch ambassador for our country. I'm a staunch ambassador for exporting what we have. Even from what I wear to what I say. There was a time I just moved from suits to trad. It's the little things, you know. Instead of buying exported whatever, you buy locally made. And it's the same principle with media for me. My mantra from when I opened my Twitter page in 2000 and something was, I believe in media and the power to effect positive change, and I'm on a journey to learn how. And my journey started 22 years ago. So that is always the framework that I have when I'm negotiating, when I'm talking, when I'm bargaining or battering. So I would lean more to your recommendation, sir, which is we'll come together, we collaborate, we produce something that is mutually beneficial, and we do not become just a mouthpiece for content from elsewhere. That's where I would lean to. And when you push back, you realize that if they really are genuinely interested in working with you, they will also, you know, meet you halfway. And if they don't, then they pay for it, which is where I'll side with her.
Well, thank you. You see, from the diplomatic perspective, France has been a very long time friend of Nigeria. And in view of that, we have signed so many protocols. We have protocols on cultural exchange, and we also have protocols on defense pact, and also even from the educational curriculum. You know, French is part of Nigerian curriculum. So when you x-ray all these things, you see that there are some bases, there are some grounds that, yes, we may have common interest for us to work together with Radio France International. Notwithstanding, our national interest must also be the paramount consideration. As Nigerians, yes, we are open to internationalization. Already, we will be having this kind of content exchange with BBC. We are having with DW. We are having with VOA before the recent closure. So there is no reason why we say we cannot have with RFI. But the basis should be that we must define our goals and objectives. That is the most fundamental things. There are things that we may need to learn from them. I've been following some online TV production from them where you will see a very good feature stories about culture, about history, about tourism in Paris. And this the kind of content that easily we can get into and share or co-produce so that our people also can learn, because the world is now being integrated day by day. It's becoming one place of business. So we need to have these exchanges. So Radio France can come to us, but what I would recommend is for us to come to a dialogue table. Let us discuss so that we can define our priorities. They'll also understand with us, we'll understand with them, and we'll see where we should meet so that we can strike a deal for the best interest of mutual respect and relationship that is existing between us. That is my submission.
Thank you, sir. You can see that it is an interactive session and it's been an interesting one. It is important for us to leverage on opportunities, but when we are doing that, we should try as much as possible not to forget our value as a country. And this is where we shall be putting an end to our interactive section. It's been nice hearing from you all. I would like to appreciate you all for coming on the interactive session today, and also for those listening. We appreciate you all for listening. But one important thing we all must remember is that Nigeria is ours, and we must all work collectively towards ensuring its development.
Let's have a photo session with the panel members. Honorable Commissioner, please join us so that we can frame it.
I didn't know.
Yes. It has changed. Yeah. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's been a beautiful day. Now we are closing Content Connect Africa with the Bata Village. It's over there, over here. The real networking starts. This is time to deepen the business relationship. This is time to find out what I can do with you. This is time to collaborate and open up channels of relationship. So we move over to the other side, or those who want to remain here can remain here. I hand over the time to the MC, and let me say, we will be broadcasting the platform once it's live, and then we look forward to having you all, plus more, in a bigger way in 2026. Thank you for being part of
I mean, where you can have, you know how you sit and then you, do we have some wine or something or coffee? I mean, something you want to, you know, but then that's what it is. It's that time where we must, connect, opportunities to connect and network beyond borders, A lot has been said. It's time to put all those talk into action. Well, what do you have? In fact, we're encouraging more of Bata, okay? So what do you have? What can it be exchanged with? You have 13 episodes of drama. I have a talk show of 26 episodes. Isn't that too much? Okay, let's find a way of balancing. Add some more money, make I give you my own. Because it will cost me so much to shoot. I mean, those are the kind of discussions and negotiations that we're looking at tonight. So that Bata Village encourages us to have exchange with our programs, with our dramas, documentaries, reality shows. I remember I used to be the associate producer for Next Movie Star. That's even before, what's this one of Big Brother now yesterday, That's even before Amstel Malta. That's Ambo. That was a lot before Ambo. So it looked like Next Movie Star was like a forerunner for an Ambo. By the time Ambo came, after 1 or 2 years, Next Movie Star couldn't meet up, you know. But then those content are still there. I mean, I used to work with Digital Interactive Media then. I was a GM, you know. So we had all those content. I can imagine if Shola Fajobi was here, that's a content, you know, which ran for about 4, 5, 6, 7 years. So that's a lot of content. In maybe some sub-Saharan part of Africa, they probably want to look at that, and it becomes, you know, something they can learn with. Maybe they have not done anything like that before. And like the man from Transparent Africa, did I get that right? TransPerfect. They can help us negotiate that connect, since they already have, you know, that spread. I don't know if I'm pitching now. Yeah. All right. So it's time to move over to that part of the hall. If you want to stay here too, it's also fine. It's just that has a table in case you want to do some calculations in Naira or in dollars or in pounds. You know, my guy, bring your calculator. Nah, here you go, Leno. Here. Yeah, to here. Or you want to respond like, oh my God, okay, you know, depending on how you want to. Okay, maybe we'll any suru you know, or you want to respond like my sister who said Gwagwalada to somewhere is 30 naira. I mean, either way you want to react, that room is good for us. But before we do that, it would be nice I would take group photographs, because I know instead of going to the Bata village, some people will be going to their community village from here. So it would be nice. Can we have a few of us? Okay, Mr. Convener, Chief Content Driver will be at the center. The Honorable Commissioner, please help us. And all of our dignitaries. It's a group photograph, so it's not just a select. Everyone here, it's important to us. You know, this is a maiden edition, and Bauchi, it's available for the next edition. Am I right, sir? Fantastic. Please, can you put your hands together for Bauchi, securing the rights to host CCA 2026. Confirmed. Easy, even clapping. Why not go clap when the person who wants to spend money, they clap? All right, please, everyone. There's no special, apart from the guys holding the mic. I'm sure every other person is qualified to be to be in the photograph. Auntie? Wow. Is that the gentleman speaking? It's a general one. Why are you sitting? Chief, you don't know about content? You do, I guess. Yeah. Auntie, I'm coming for you. Yeah, thank you. Please just fix yourself somewhere there. Chief, she go agree. No worry. Come. All right. Oh, microphone. All right.
Okay, she was sitting in protest. I'm sorry. That's my beautiful wife, Mrs. Torisha Katuba. Maybe I have not introduced her, so that's why she says that.
I see. That was so very soft.
I am saying it now, so you can have peace before I go home.
That's soft power. Okay, great. Yeah. This looks like a delegation to France, yeah? My brother, let's start from abroad. No, we already have Radio France now, so make a note talk. Okay. There is Radio France here. It's easier to get visa. What do you think? All right. Okay, I think we can even do something together. So I say CCA. You say Content Connect. All right? Can we do that? CCA.